Welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club SCCA Divisional races. Coming up next, GT2, GT3, STU, Touring 3, SP, and ITE. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker here is with me on the race call this afternoon. We are going to get right to our starting grid.
Plays a role, as you know, you only have to go off the track a couple of times to get more and more dust onto it, and then you've got all sorts of problems there for our drivers to deal with. As always, from Buttonwillow, we have our camera set up here as best we can to give you a look at various parts of the track. From our tower up here in control, we of course can't see certain things, so sometimes we have to fill in the gaps as best we can, but we'll always do our best job to do that. This group mainly consisting of, I want to say, FC, so Formula Continental cars here today, or that's Group 6, so I think I read that group too. I was wondering why my words were not aligning with what I was saying. Now I feel like a real fool here. Let me sort through my papers and make sure I know what I'm talking about here today. Very funny. Anyway, all right. Worst thing that can happen is we read the wrong grid, then that's the worst thing that'll happen.
That's okay. We'll all survive.
Oh, that was very silly of me. Anyway, they'd fire me in any other place. Brian's too merciful at this moment. But anyway, it's John Stott who's in the pole position here today. Number 7 car. Small group of the GT2s, mostly GT2s. One GT3 and a T3 out there here today. This group a little bit smaller than it was yesterday. People went home, not racing out here today. All good. We've got what we've got. And there's a little bit of competition here in the GT2. Certainly, we've seen them kind of go back and forth with one another over the time. Yesterday, we actually had quite a competitive race here. It was a couple of drivers really getting out ahead. John Yesnick was a name that we were saying an awful lot, though he's starting in 5th here on the grid today. Pace car is in, so we should be seeing them coming around the corner here up into the drag strip in front of us at any point in time. And yes, here they come into the straightaway. We'll see what they've got for the start. Checking over at the start stand, looking for the green flag. If we can get things going. Green's out, and they are underway. We are racing here today at Buttonwillow, and they are off.
All those cars heading down to turn 1 now for the first time. And actually, it is turn 1 today. Who's in the track in this configuration? We are actually calling it turn 1. And you'll see them coming into our view here in just a second as they come through the sunset corner and towards the S's for the first time. Under power.
Yeah, it's a counterclockwise configuration today, which had some impacts actually yesterday. Drivers, I think, tend to maybe favor the clockwise just a little bit more here at Buttonwillow. In particular, one of our corners, the Grapevine, which we will kind of not see at the moment. These are the S's they're going through right here, but it gives you a great look at what the field is all about. But the Grapevine in particular was proving to be a bit of a challenge. Cars coming off the dog leg straight down into that. Phil Hill on your camera here, another elevation change for you on the course today. Not quite as bad, and a little bit of a straightaway almost for some of these drivers. But speaking of the dogleg and the grapevine, you see one of our cars charging ahead right now to chase that up. I'm not sure who that quite was, but we'll get an idea a little bit in just a few seconds. I don't think that actually was your race leader, Christopher Qualls. If I had to guess, that might actually be John Yesnick, who's way out ahead. Wouldn't be surprising necessarily to see him pull ahead very early. He was certainly pounding the ground yesterday in his 2021 Mustang, so it's a fast car and a newer car. One of the youngest in the field in terms of car age. Place out there for the GT2 is 153 on that first lap. John Stott coming off the line just behind him, a full 9 seconds behind. So looks like we're gonna have another day here at Buttonwillow with John Yesnick running away from it.
Yeah, and he's coming through the S's, and look at that big gap between first and second place there already. Now, he is in a GT2 car, but John Stott also in a GT2 car, so he should, in theory, have been able to do a little bit better job of keeping up there. And we're going to now see him coming up here towards Phil Hill. Had to go fix a camera. Is way slow, but we've got it together now.
Could be just a difference in mechanics, honestly, or a difference in vehicles. It is a 2021 Ford Mustang. John Stott, he's in a 1986 Mazda RX-7, yeah. So he's a bit of a, maybe a little bit of an edge there being given to John Yesnick. But like I said yesterday, we really saw him putting in some good times, really throwing that Mustang into those corners, into those turns. He actually, speaking of, he kicks up a ton of dust there at the top of the grapevine, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's a treacherous turn with elevation coming off the dog leg straight, and many drivers seem to struggle with it. If you don't really get on the inside, you kind of spin out to the out, whether you like it or not. And then if you kick up a bunch of dust, it just gets dustier and dustier up there, and that in itself becomes a problem.
And speaking of dust, we can actually see that dust out in the distance here.
Sure can. Yeah, that was a good view of it coming down the off ramp, but you'll see Yesnick powering over the starting line here again, setting almost the exact same speed, actually going a little bit faster this time. He's picked up, or he's dropped 2 seconds, I should say, off of his last lap. So he's just building up. And John Stott should cross now, and that gap, 18.477 seconds between the two of them. So whatever John Yesnick has under the hood, it is working bigly for him right now to get him powering forward.
Yeah, and even though there's an age difference between the cars, you know, they're classed together, so in theory, they should be relatively competitive amongst each other. You know, sometimes they have to take some weight in or out of a car or put a restrictor on a car to make it work, and that may be what's this might be a new car to the class that's just been built, and they don't have any real data behind it to know what to expect. And now that they're going to gather some data, at some point, maybe they'll start thinking about reining that car in just a bit.
Yeah, they very well might. That's a very fair point. You know, there's also something to be said for, I think John Yesnick drives very fast and very bold.
Yeah, no question.
And it's definitely working out for him. He took that grapevine turn much tighter this time, so there will be no puff of dust coming up from that. Oh. And then we just sort of wait to see what's going on with the rest of the pack here. I mean, John Stott, he's not really got everything his own way, because number 62 car of Chris Qualls is sort of tucked up behind him, about a 0.7 second gap between them. The thing is, the number 62 car of Chris Qualls, that's a GT3, so they're not technically competing in the same category, Brian. It's just more of a overall race competition right there between those two.
I'm going to sit with this camera until that battle between Stott and Qualls comes into our view here. And here they come. This is the I-5 section coming right to our off-ramp here. And you'll see them come through here. That first car, Stott. The second car is Qualls. And you'll see them leave our view, but then they'll come right back into our view as they head down to the final corner before the main straight. It's don't have quite a wide enough angled camera to get all of that, especially with their little scoring pile on there. But now you'll see them coming out at turn number, I guess it's 16. We don't really talk about the turns very often because we're often going the other direction. So.
Yeah, usually we use like nicknames.
Right.
So that would be your sunrise
That
turn
would be
right
sunrise.
there.
Yep.
Leading into sunset at the other end of the straight.
And even in the last couple corners, Qualls has been able to pull away from Stott. I'm sorry, from Stott just a little bit. Stott's in that RX-7, I believe, that GT2 RX-7, and Qualls, if I remember correctly.
He's also in a Mazda RX-7, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's just a 2022, so a much newer model.
Yeah.
So not entirely surprising to see him pull away. I do wonder, actually, if John Yeznik actually even did qualifying this morning. He might have sat that one out, which would explain why he started at 5th in the grid. But certainly hasn't hampered him at all. He's torn away with it. The rest of the field, I mean, they've kind of just settled into their rhythm now, and this is what we generally tend to see happen with these smaller races. Still a little bit of a back and forth here between John Stott and Chris Qualls, though last time Chris Qualls got around him, it does seem like that gap has opened up a fair amount. John Yeznik coming roaring past. We might get a good view of those two again here on this off-ramp shot.
Yeah. Want to thank our cell phone provider for providing us with a good cell phone service today. much better coverage, much better coverage here because of it. So, and now look at the lead that Chris Qualls has put together here. John Stott is coming to us today. He is out of Norco, California. Not a name we've seen out here a whole lot. Chris Qualls, on the other hand, has got many miles here. So we are used to seeing him run up front. He also runs an A sedan Mustang as well. So
yeah, definitely some new faces out there on the track today. Not necessarily in this group, though, as you mentioned. But we'll see that later as well. In our races, we'll have a lot of kind of newer people out there. We have 5 races here for you today. Groups 2 through 6, I believe, are all racing. So plenty more action to come. Hopefully we'll get a little bit bigger field on our next one. Not that there's anything wrong with having, as many cars as we do. Everybody just seems to be having a good time out there right now, sort of settled into their rhythms. So
yeah, we're going to pick up and give everybody a little bit of love here. Wayne Graham is the next car we're going to see coming into our view here. And then right behind him, relatively, is Robert Kelly. Give an opportunity to get a little camera time for everybody. And I forgot to put up our timer for this session, so I'm going to try to rectify that situation here.
Fastest lap still in the hands of John Yeznik with a 150.849. So not bad at all for him. You see Chris Qualls there way behind that mark, as is, of course, the rest of the field, obviously. Chris Cole, by the way, the only T3 in the race, just sort of doing his thing in the number 28 car. He's not too fussed here today. Just having a good Sunday drive out there, realistically.
Yep.
Here comes Chris Qualls across the line. He's shed his competitor there, John Stott, way back. No call on the net or anything like that, so I'm assuming he's fine. He's just slowed down a little bit here. And sure enough, here he comes across the line, the number 7 there with the blue and red stripe. Makes him pretty easy to identify. So we'll wait for Wayne Graham, Robert Kelly, and Chris Cool to also make their appearances. Now, John Yeznik, just because he is hauling so fast, is going to start picking off some of these cars, or overtaking them, I guess, for lack of a better word. So we'll start seeing him soon, I imagine, making those passes if he hasn't already done so. Here comes Wayne Graham. solid 213 there for him. He's just racing his race. Now Robert Kelly. And there is John Yesnick. So he has already overtaken Chris Kuhl and is on his second car that he'd like to lap, which is going to be Robert Kelly, the number 188.
So is this Yesnick coming up to us right here on through the S's?
I believe so, yeah.
All right, good.
All right, you should be there in a second. That wasn't quite
Okay, this
him.
is
That was
this
Robert
is him
Kelly.
here. Okay, thank you for helping me find where I'm at here. So I am not only trying to speak coherently, I'm also pressing all the buttons and changing the cameras here. So if one or the other doesn't seem to match up, that's why.
Fair. Yeah, no, it's a hefty task.
So, but we have fun doing it.
We do, yeah. So they say.
At least I have fun doing it. I'm not going to speak for you. You keep coming back, so I'm assuming you're having fun doing it. You know, can't blame it on anything else, right?
Certainly not. There goes Chris Qualls across the line. John Yesnick just picking up speed. He's 150.375, so he's running faster and faster on each lap. So at some point in time, you do have to assume he's going to kind of hit the apogee of that and just slow down a little bit.
Hit the apogee. Every weekend I have to go home and open up my dictionary when I get done working with you and figure out all these fancy words. I love that, though.
Is that a fancy word? Well, I guess it is. Yeah.
I'm a little bit country. You're a little bit rock and roll. Let's just put it that way.
Fair enough. Yeah. John Stott in as well. He is way back now on Chris Qualls, 37 seconds. So Chris Qualls has opened up that GT3 Mazda 2022 Mazda RX-7. Let it ride. And see him actually on the other side there. And just roaring past the start is John Yesnick. Slowing down a little bit in that car, though. I think he's just taken about maybe a second, added about a second to his time. So maybe he's finally stepping back a little bit. Which was bound to happen eventually, let's be honest. I mean, you can certainly continue to push your car at that speed, right, Brian? But you don't necessarily need to when you're lapping pretty much everybody, and you've done your bit. I mean, you can't take your foot off the gas entirely, but it's not as if anybody is gonna catch you,
right?
Per se.
The problem is that you're used to a rhythm, and when you slow down, that rhythm changes, and you can actually make mistakes. And I've talked with people who are much faster than I. I never had the opportunity to slow down because I had a big lead. So you're talking to the wrong guy for that.
Fair enough.
But for the folks I've talked to who have tried to do that, they say if you slow down too much, everything happens at a different place. Your brake points change, your turning points may change, and while you can maybe slow down 2 or 3 or maybe even 5%, if you slow down a whole lot more, then you run the risk of I'm not used to being at this position at this speed, and then you don't know what to do. So it's a catch-22 a little bit. Oops. There we go. So this is configuration number 25 this weekend. I believe they call this the classic configuration, and it is going in a clockwise direction. Not the favorite direction for the drivers, I'll be honest with you. The other direction, going counterclockwise, actually flows a lot better. And but I think this direction's I think they like the other direction better because it's easier.
yeah, no, they definitely do. And I mean, I think it is genuinely an easier direction.
Yeah, it's a little more challenging to go this way. So
looks like there was unfortunately a little bit of an incident out there. I'm not sure the exact nature of it. John Yesnick, the 9.7 car, has had a bit of a problem.
Okay.
And it looks like Chris Qualls might have been tangled up in it as well.
Uh-oh.
Nothing terrible, by the way. I don't want to point that out.
Oh, well, there is the yellow flag.
Nobody's dying or anything. They're off the track, and it looks like the tow truck is speeding over there at the moment. So whether that's they need to be towed back to somewhere where they can get back on the track, or they need to be towed because they can no longer work. But it sounds like both drivers are out of their vehicles, and that is done and dusted, which is very unfortunate if you're sitting in the position of John Yesnick, because you were doing real well out there.
Yeah. So we'll know more if these cars start coming past them and Yesnik and Qual start to drop through the field here. You can see off in the distance there, that is one of our rescue trucks going out there to assess that situation.
Looks like it's John Stott and John Yesnick who are in trouble at the moment. Chris Qualls is just carrying on his happy way.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wayne Graham is now the leader in the GT2 field. Good for him.
Well, that is unfortunately something that happens on occasion. Let's see if I can. So there is Chris Qualls, I believe, your new race leader going through the S's. And Wayne Graham should be the car behind him here. Hoping I'm right. Oops, wrong button. There we go. We'll pick up our leader here next time they go by. Boy, there we go. If only I could turn that camera around.
I've just been listening to the conversation here about what happened. It does sound like John Yesnick was trying to pass John Stott, who was suffering from some sort of mechanical issue, undetermined. And unfortunately, the pass didn't quite go the way that it was intended, and both of them ended up off the edge of the track. So there you go.
Yeah.
We are at the halfway point here in the race, so we're well past it now after all that drama, but we'll go ahead and bring you the full field or rundown here at the midway point, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Starting at the top, in first place, number 62, Chris Qualls. In second, number 96, Wayne Graham. In third, number 188, Robert Kelly. In fifth, number 28, Chris Cool. And then obviously John Yesnick and John Stott out for the count at the moment.
And here's Chris Qualls coming across the line. That is that white over blue RX-7. John Yesnick was so far ahead of everybody else, he's still in fourth place, but eventually here,
he will drop down.
Chris Kroll will mosey on past and make up the lap that they were down. And then, there we go. There it is. Now you've got your top four, Qualls, Graham, Kelly, and Kroll.
Very unfortunate for John Yesnick. That stings a little bit, especially when he was doing so good out there and setting such fast times. I mean, I don't know what much more that we can really say about it, but
nope.
No much more we can really say about it, but it's an unfortunate end to the race there for him.
Okay.
That leaves just 4 cars on the track here to finish up these last 10 minutes. So hopefully, because there's so few out there, we won't see any similar incidents. Though again, I would have said that when we only had 6, but apparently, I did say, you're going to have to see some passing, see some traffic, and occasionally it does go a little cattywampus, whether you like it or not.
Sometimes it goes a little sideways, yep. Wayne Graham and Robert Kelly just put in their best laps of the day, a 2:05.7 and a 2:10.2. So,
got to be happy about that if you're those two.
Yeah.
They've also just bumped themselves up in terms of points for the GT2s.
Yeah.
So, good for them.
So they've been working to get those cars into a safe spot and then they're going to leave them there till the end of this session, and they'll tow them in. So
That makes sense, really. I mean, what else are you to do, honestly, with the setup that you have? There's not much more that can be done.
well, it looks like that they've gotten the John Yesna car to a place where he might be able to re-enter the track here. I think he was just stuck in a spot where he couldn't get out. So I don't know. It sounds like the car's not terribly damaged. So with 8 minutes to go, and as fast as that car is, he's 3 laps down now. Probably not going to catch Chris Qualls, but he might be able to work his way back up to a podium spot. Who knows? That'd be fun to have it happen, right?
He genuinely could. That's the thing. I think he could. He's fast. I mean, if he can get going, the only problem is, too, you don't know if you're out there. Have you picked anything up? Is there any debris in the car? These are all things that will impact you, whether you like it or not. So That's a little bit unfortunate there. But we'll see what he makes. He can make do with it. It does sound like he's going to be returning to the track.
All right. Well, that'll give us something to talk about.
He's out there. Yeah, I just got the confirmation. So he's off. Looks like John Stott will not be going back out, but you will see John Yesnick with his work cut out for him if he wants to retake his GT2 leadership spot.
Next race on the schedule for SPEC MIATA, SPEC MX5. They'll be coming out right after this one, so stay tuned for that, folks.
Well, I saw John Yesnick going through the dog leg, so I can confirm he's out there and going. We should be seeing him coming off the off-ramp here in just a second, or I would assume we'd see him. We might have missed him.
Just saw him. I think that's him going into 16 right now and going onto the front straight. So we will catch him here as he comes down past the start-finish line here. There he is, coming up right at us right now. Or is that Chris Cruel? That might have been Chris Cruel.
That's Chris Cruel right there, yeah.
All right, then maybe it's the next one.
I feel like they always are down there in that corner longer than you think they're going to be honest.
Yeah. My question is, was he able to get to, maybe there was some damage on the car and he's pulled off, because he has not come by. If you saw him in the dog leg, he would, he just went in the pits.
He just went in the pits. Yeah, he's taking it off. So he got off the track under his own power, but it looks like he is done racing for the day, which is a shame. It would have been nice to see him back out there, but it looks like he is done. What probably happened there, Brian, is he probably did about half a lap or whatever, and then he realized that the car was just not racing shape or whatever major issue he was dealing with, so he had to pop it in. That's a shame.
All right. About 5 minutes to go here in this first race of the afternoon. We've got 5 total today. So it's our first of 5. Up next is our SPEC MX5 cars. The whole gambit of SCCA classes here this weekend.
Yeah, plenty of racing still to go on here today, and looking forward to those 4 races. Should be a lot of fun. Always is a good time here out at the Cow Club. If you're interested in joining, and don't forget to look up www.cowclub.com, our website. Find out all the information there. And, of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, Racing Network here. You can check out Brian's podcast content, see some of the good stuff that he's got going on for you here. I should add, if you're not regional to California, Southern California, you can always go look at the SCCA.com website, and they'll match you with a region that you can go check out as well. So all that available for you. Always use more volunteers out here at Buttonwillow. I'm sure many other racetracks across America affiliated with the SCCA are in similar situations where they could always use more help.
Yep, that is absolutely the case. Also want to do take a chance here to say thanks to Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are our presenting sponsor here for all of the Cal Club Divisional races. Without them, we could not do this. Go check them out at porterfield-brakes.com.
Yeah, they're happy to have them with us here, making this all tick.
Yep.
Chris Kroll is coming across the line right there. Looks like we might be heading into our white flag next time we see that number 62 car.
Yeah, that does make sense with the 3 minutes or so on the clock. The clock up at the top is not official race time. That is
You're pretty close.
That is live stream time, but we're really close.
Yeah, you're pretty close, yeah.
We try to be.
Precision is the watchword up here in the broadcasting booth.
Is it?
No, I don't need to know that. Tired today. I'm tired. I'll be honest. If I'm tired up here talking, I can't imagine how these drivers feel. Especially
a little lethargic.
A little lethargic. I can't imagine how they feel. They're the ones who have to sit down there in the heat and everything as well. Don't envy them that. Waiting for these races to start, especially in the open top cars, is a bit of a bear. It's an unpleasant thing to have to do. I mean, I know you were mentioning yesterday, Brian, some drivers, they have cool suits. Some drivers find ways to kind of cope with the heat, but it's still an unpleasant experience, especially when you get the helmet on and all geared up and everything.
It is absolutely the case. Coming up on 2 minutes to go. Next time by, we should see the white flag in the air.
Sounds like we got another victim out there on the track as well, unfortunately, just from what I'm hearing. Robert Kelly, looks like his car may have gone off the track by the drag strip, so he's going to go ahead and get towed.
Giving up the ghost.
And here comes the traffic flag and the white flag at the same time. This is number 62. Chris Qualls crosses the line. He's going to quite possibly be the only GT2 to finish this race. I'm sorry, Wayne Graham is going to be the only GT2 to finish this race. Chris Quall is in a GT3, so he's in a class all of his own.
All right, we will follow around these leaders here. Last time across the line, it was Qualls right behind Graham. It looks like he's going to get around him on this final lap. And it looks like he already has gotten around him. There he is in that little white over blue RX-7. And then right behind him is Wayne Graham.
Yeah.
And the drag strip that we're talking about where Robert Kelly's is right off to the left there. We don't see much of it in this shot. But if you skip Phil Hill, it is like a drag strip down from the Star Mazda corners towards Riverside. And that's why they call it the drag strip.
Right.
But we don't use that very often. And we like Phil Hill. That's a fun little combination of corners there. There is Qualls coming through Riverside for the final time in the weekend. 23 seconds left on the clock. That will certainly expire before they get to the start-finish line.
I imagine it will.
I don't think I can stop time, my friend. Well, I can, but it wouldn't necessarily be accurate.
Very close. Looks like we're going to be seeing our race leader pretty soon. He's through the turn 12 now. We should be seeing him come up to the sunrise, and then he's just on the straightaway. And that'll be the end of this race here for us today. Chris Cool there just entering his last lap as he comes across the line. That T3 car. Robert Kelly has officially dropped out, so our field of 6 is down to a field of 3. Wayne Graham, the only finisher for a GT2 category that had 4 cars in it.
There we go.
How unfortunate is that? And here comes the checkered flag, and that is Chris Qualls across the line, and he is the survivor in what turned out to be a bit of a endurance race, if we're being honest with ourselves.
That's
And here
right.
comes your GT2 leader, Wayne Graham, sailing in.
Well, I don't think it'll take a whole lot here to do the unofficial results here. Let's get them in and get them out.
There you go. Unofficial results. Your race leader, number 62, Chris Qualls. In second place, number 96, Wayne Graham. And third, number 28, Chris Cruel. And then your DNFs here, Robert Kelly, John Yesnick, and John Stott.
Yeah, and I think that Kelly for certain will be a finisher, but he was not running at the finish nonetheless. So, all right, next up is SPEC MIATA and SPEC MX5. That's next. We're going to have a short little break to get those cars in off the racetrack. When we come back, we'll have those races for you. You're watching the Cal Club SCCA Divisional races here. We are live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Coverage brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It's Cal Club SCCA Divisional races this weekend. Up next, SPEC MIATA, SPEC MX5. We have your starting grid. All right, we've got the double yellows out for the pace lap here. That's how we roll here in the SCCA. You can see the pace car there. Cars trying to warm their tires, or at least clean their tires. So we did a podcast with one of the engineers from Goodyear Racing, Nicole Stout, and I asked her, I said, "Is that weaving back and forth do anything?" She goes, "Well, it doesn't heat your tires at all, but it might scrape the marbles and stuff off the tires." So
Interesting.
it's not what people think they're doing. They're not doing.
They're not doing.
But they are getting a little bit of benefit from it.
Oh, interesting.
So
I've always wondered if that actually did do anything. So
yeah,
you've answered my question
no.
for me.
Pretty much no. Yeah, it's a pretty good episode. We called it Tire Management 101. So if you're new to the game and I think that is the one SPEC MX5 car in the back there doing its own little split start.
Yeah, there is. That'd be Bryce Johnson. Yeah. He's the SPEC SMX. Big step up here for Sayo Haraishi, by the way. Started at the bottom of almost at the bottom of the SPEC MIATA pack yesterday. Now jumped all the way up to 6th, so good qualification here for them.
Lights are out on the pace car, so that's good news.
Alan Lucart, the 4th, also turned out one of their best races yesterday. So we'll be interested to see what they do starting in that 4th position, whether they can battle their way up. Ren Messenger, obviously Evan Jacobs, they're very talented racers, names that we know. And another one to watch out for there, obviously Clement Lee in the 89 car had a bit of a unfortunate exit yesterday, just did not go well. Had I think a mechanical error, had to drop out early, so we weren't entirely sure what we're going to expect from here today either.
Well, here they come. Lined up pretty well as they get to the off-ramp. That's a good sign. Now, yesterday, Tristan, these guys came across the start-finish line at the start of this race 4 wide. We'll see what they do today.
They did. Yeah, we had, I think it was Bryce Johnson dipped onto the outside, was running up the grass. So that was wild to see. And yeah, maybe we'll get it again here. I don't know that we will, but here they come. Check to see if the green flag is out there on the starter stand. Should have it any second now. Decision has to be made. And there it is, I think. It's a little hard to tell. There we go. I know it's going to come out any second, and they're off.
And here they come straight into our living rooms here, right by 2x2. No 4 wide this time, anyway. Well, we'll stay here and see Bryce Johnson come by just for a second. There is our lone SPEC MX5 car. Oh, wrong button.
They put him on a split start so he wouldn't do this shenanigans again.
That's right. And there comes the field now strung out into a single file order as they come through the S's. There is Mr. Johnson. And now you can see, is there any little puffs of dust out there? There might have been a puff of dust as they come through the way out there. They call that the Star Mazda corner. These guys are fun to watch.
Yeah, SPEC MIATA is always one of our more entertaining fields. They always put in a good race. Certainly will give us something to talk about, I imagine.
Yeah. Now, these are cars that they sometimes come together, but they don't normally have mechanical problems.
No, it is rare. I think this was a little surprising yesterday that we saw Clement Lee have to leave the race early, truth be told.
Well, there's a little pass for position there. That's way back, I think, in like 8th or 9th spot there. Looked like that might have been Carl Yonk trying to go around Gabe Estrada.
Yeah, a little bit of jostling towards the back. You can see Sayo Haraishi's car in there as well, trying to look for an opening. Distinctive pink and black color scheme there. Big old Hello Kitty on the side, so easy to spot when it's mixed amongst the others. Alan Lucard, we talked about him a bit yesterday too. He has a very standout livery there. He's bright green, so he's hard to miss. And he's actually holding on to that fourth place position right now, chasing after Brett Rivetta, and you can see them coming across the line here. Little bit of dust kicked up there coming out of Sunrise. Nothing too big to worry about, but yeah, you get a good view of Alan Lucard chasing the car in front of him, looking to get a leg up on Ren Messenger. But Ren, he's already dropped one spot here, it looks like, to Brett Rivetta. He's not going to want to lose another one.
And here they come. Back at us, those top four, Jacobs, Rivetta, Messenger, and Lucart the fourth. Then a couple of stragglers there. Field starting to string out. Just a bit.
Yeah, there was a lot of jostling in this grid actually pretty early on. It seems to have kind of settled itself down a little bit now. But definitely some positions were swapped. You saw, I think it was Sayo Haraishi fall back at least a place. Gabe Estrada Jr. moved up right there. Clement Lee just kind of floating in space all over the place on the initial races. This usually tends to be maybe about 4 laps of pretty tight racing and then sort of settles into a groove where everybody's relatively evenly spaced out. And then maybe again at the end you have a little punctuation mark where somebody tries to do something, Brian, but pretty settled, I would imagine, for what we're going to see for the next couple of laps in the next few minutes.
And I forgot to start our clock again. Of course I did.
The only sort of difficult factor there, rogue variable, is Bryce Johnson in the SMX. I actually saw him creeping up on Carl Yonk at the back of the pack. I believe it was Carl Yonk. It might have been Erica Summers creeping up on the back of the pack. So if he gets in there, he starts weaving through traffic. That's going to be a whole thing that they're going to have to deal with as well. But he likes to drive that SMX car awfully fast, so he will probably do so.
They come across the line again. This time, Brett Rivetta is purple lap, 2:08.889, it looks like. And he has the fast lap. Now, the SPEC MX-5 car is a good SPEC MX-5 car with a good driver, is typically faster than a SPEC MIATA. So him working his way up through the field, at least through the back part of the field, not at all surprising to me.
Yeah, not surprising to me either. Hungry for it as well. He likes the race, you can tell. So, but everybody heating up there on their second lap, everybody putting up faster times except for the aforementioned Bryce Johnson. So getting into kind of their running positions here for the SPEC Miatas. Brett Rivetta putting up that fast time. I mean, it's definitely impressive for him, Brian. I don't know if I put too much stock into it just yet. I will say, though, that top 4 group, you just saw them come across your screen there as they entered Phil Hill, remains pretty closely contested. Any one of those guys could sort of get involved at any given moment. And you know what? As far as Clement Lee goes in the number 89 car, he's the one who's kind of tailing off in the distance there. He is a bit far back from that group, but you should not discount him. He can pull some moves. We've seen him do some pretty cool stuff before. So if anything goes wrong up there in that top 4, I'm sure he'll pounce on it.
This is a fairly common occurrence in SPEC MIATA. You get a group of 4 drivers working together to go off the front. And they will likely hang out and do their thing until about 5 minutes to go in the race, and then all bets are off.
There they go again, up into out of the grapevine into the off ramp. We saw some SPEC Miata struggling with the grapevine yesterday, so I want to keep an eye on that stand kind of in the middle of your screen. If there's big kick up of dust, that means somebody has made a mistake. I'll be suitably unhappy about it, no doubt. There's another pass there by Bryce Johnson. I believe it was maybe Carl Yonk that he just overtook. He's already overtaken Erica Summers, so he's making work for himself there. Certainly. Again, he is the only SMX out there. He doesn't really need to be doing any of that, but
Right.
if it makes him happy, that's what you're doing. You're doing it safely, and it makes you happy. That's what we're all about here.
Well, and also trying to put the laps in and put some time in so that when he does get into a group where he's got 7 or 8 or 9 or 20 SMX cars, he's able to get through and work those packs as well. So, there's always lessons to be learned regardless of what the situation is. Even if you're out on a racetrack all by yourself, you can work different lines, see what this does, see what that does. There's a lot of things you can do there. Oh, big off there. You can see the dust out in the distance. I think that is the Clement Lee car, is my guess. Clement Lee.
Yeah, it is the Clement Lee car. Can
So,
confirm that for you.
put off a big puff of dust. Thank you for giving us the classic indicator of an off here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, it's a dusty day out there, that's for sure.
That's right. And look how the pack behind him has all bunched up right there. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Oh, and there's another off there, off towards the Riverside Cotton Corners area. That's more Cotton Corners than Riverside. And your race leaders coming across the line now. Evan Jacobs, Ren Messenger, Alan Lukart IV, Brett Ravetta. That's how it is at the moment. Clement Lee, last time by before going off coming out of Phil Hill, he put down a 2:07.6. That's a purple lap. Fast lap of the race so far.
Yeah, that first 4 remains relatively competitive. A little bit of a slowdown there from all of them, but not so as to be so significant as to render them kind of not in the race or sort of out of it. Clement Lee, unfortunate that he had that off and on because he was kind of building up his momentum there, so he's got to be a little bit annoyed by the fact that he now has kind of got to remake what happened. A 2.9 second between him and gap between him and Brett Ravetta, though, is not unsustainable. That's something that he can make up. We might very well see him do it here as this race develops.
That is true. Here comes that field. There's Clement Lee right there up front, and then the rest of that pack trying to catch him after he made that mistake. And, of course, he would rather that not happen, so. Trying to find I think this will be our leaders coming at us right now. I just saw a little bit of dust there at Riverside.
Well, that off and on is being amended now. It was actually Aaron Coulter who was on the off and on, not Clement Lee in the number 89 car. So Clement Lee remains in the hunt. It'll be Aaron Coulter who's dropped back kind of into the mess. Meanwhile, Alan Lukart obviously has taken that 3rd place position off of Brett Ravetta and is holding on to it.
All 3 of our leaders put in their best lap of the race that time by.
Yeah, and Clement Lee looking for a pass there, too. I think on the inside, trying to get around Brett Ravetta as well. Couldn't quite confirm if that's happened or not, but we'll get a look here on our S's camera. Should give us a pretty good idea. Nobody's actually, I think, really going to try a pass in the S's themselves, but certainly coming down the straightaway past the control tower here, they will think about it. And it's a little hard to tell, but I think it's possible Clement Lee has actually battled back into this and gotten around Brett Ravetta. Meanwhile, at the top, Ren Messenger, and the gap between him and Evan Jacobs remains pretty small, 0.7 of a second as they came across the line. And when we saw them on the camera last, they really looked like they were in tight with one another. So that's something to keep an eye on right there. Ren Messenger would definitely like to take that 1st place spot off of Evan. Wow, on the dog leg, your leader's now sauntering through, and things remain what they were. Brett Rivetta is still trying to catch Alan Lukehart. Clement Lee building up speed, but hasn't quite yet caught up to that main group of 4 where he wants to be. They're up into the grapevine and coming back down, and the spacing remains what it was. You can definitely see the movements, though, coming from Clement Lee as he looks for the potential overtake. If he's not already done so, it is a little bit hard at this distance to tell him and Brett Rivetta apart. They both also have 89 in their numbers, so that doesn't do us any favors either. We'll be getting a better look-see at them here as they come across the race line.
Oh, we got a slow car coming here down the dog leg. Where is it here? Yep, you can see it right there, and there is. Well, the car seems to be catching up speed now.
Clement Lee did get that overtake there, so he is ahead of Brett Rivetta now. He's in the group of 4 at the top. Brett Rivetta is trailing behind them.
Right.
So Alan Lukehart, the 4th, will be the next there on Clement Lee's list. Somebody for him to watch out for. Ren Messenger and Evan Jacobs, meanwhile, continue their fight at the front. Ren Messenger really not that far behind. Evan Jacobs only 0.6 of a second. Deeper in the pack, by the way, it looks like Sayo Haraishi is in a position to get around Christopher Hamilton, closing that gap pretty hastily and putting up her fastest lap of the race so far, 2:12.974. That's going to give Hamilton something to worry about. Maybe Coulter something to be concerned about as well. Her nearest competition, by the way, is Carl Yonk. He would have to make up about 4 seconds to catch up with Sayo Haraishi, so she's got herself a decent lead. Speaking of leads, though, we're back to the front. Ren Messenger looking for an opening, won't find it, but you do see Clement Lee pulling around Alan Lukehart the 4th as they head into the grapevine. Unfortunate there for Alan Lukehart. He will maintain his 4th place position, but he will have to sacrifice 3rd to a resurgent Clement Lee.
That was in our shot there. Oh, hold on. There we go. That is Sayo Hariashi coming in and out of our view there. 2nd place in that group. We'll catch her one more time. She was putting a lot of pressure on Hamilton going into Phil Hill there, but was not able to complete the pass. But as you can see right now, there she is right behind the white car. Follow her through the off-ramp here, and then we'll get back to our leaders. Once we see her come through the off-ramp, we'll do our mid-race report here, and then we'll get back with our lead pack. She'll be coming into our view here in just a moment. There she tries to make the move going, or
just can't find it.
Just not quite close enough.
Yeah.
So
they're looking for the opening, but let's go ahead and give you the full field rundown here at the halfway point so far in this race. So starting with your race leaders, number 35, Evan Jacobs. 2nd place is number 3, Ren Messenger. 3rd place, number 89, Clement Lee. 4th, Alan Lukehart. The 4th, number 7 car. And 5th, number 189, Brett Rivetta. Followed by Aaron Coulter, Christopher Hamilton, Sayo Haraishi, Carl Yonk, Erica Summers, Gabe Estrada Jr., and Bryce Johnson.
That is your full field mid-race recap brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. Here comes your leaders. Right there.
Also, there's a fire out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Not a big one, and not in any position near the track, but it is happening. Speaking of things that are happening, it looks like Clement Lee is making a pass right now on Ren Messenger. I think it's a little hard, always a little hard to tell at this distance, but it does look like that's what's happened.
And you can see that little brush fire out there. I don't know if that's a car.
No, it's not a car.
For just some sort of a, whatever the situation is, our crews are there working on that, and they'll get that out lickety split there. So. Ooh, wrong button. There we go.
Number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr., he's coming into the pit, so he looks like he's done for the day. Unfortunate right there. You hate to see drivers coming behind the wall, but
Right.
it is what it is. Here comes our first four again, and sure enough, Clement Lee has battled from that 5th or 6th place spot here to take over Red Messenger's 2nd place. And it leaves the top four relatively solid here. Clement Lee doing some great work, and Evan Jacobs is the new target.
Here comes our leaders here, heading down towards and you can see they've already made some good progress on putting out that little brush fire. So here comes our leaders through Star Mazda, coming up the hill down towards Phil Hill. These four drivers, Jacobs, Lee, Messinger, and Lukert Jr., Lukert the fourth, have not had any issues here. Although it sounds like we may have to go full course yellow because of this situation over in 3B. So what makes very interesting with this is going to pack everybody up, and it's going to bring Brett Ravetta and Aaron Coulter all back into the discussion here.
It is, yes.
So
really tighten things up out there for the SPEC Miatas, and still, 10 minutes left, so, or 11 minutes left, I should say. So there's still some time in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason for this yellow flag is because a lot of the rescue trucks that we would use to help race car drivers are now heading over to put out that brush fire. So we really need to tend to that pretty quickly, and they should be able to get that out pretty fast and get us back to racing action. But it's kind of tough to go racing when the people trying to keep you safe are trying to put out a brush fire.
Yeah.
So see the field here behind the pace car as they come through.
Well, they're all tightened up now on the field, and it's just kind of a wait and see sort of game here. Not going to be a lot of racing going on while they're full yellow out there.
Shouldn't be any racing going on.
Wow, yeah, there you go.
So
everybody on your best behavior.
All right, so the major portion of the fire has been put out. They're just going to make sure it doesn't flare back up, and hopefully we can get everybody back to racing here pretty quickly.
Well, it looks like everything may have cleared up out there, so they're going to go ahead and open it up, get the yellow out. Kind of develops. I hope that we'll see this yellow goes and we can get the race back underway. There was maybe one pass under yellow out there, which is naughty. Well, there's just not a lot going on at the moment here, folks, because we are dealing with that fire out there on the track. The full yellow remains. So I apologize if we've gone a little bit quiet here in the SPEC MIATA race, but just doesn't feel like there's much worth saying. Everybody's doing their best to maintain their positions and drive safely until everything's cleared out and the yellows are lifted. Well, the green flag is back out, so it looks like our yellows have been dropped and we are racing again. Of course, as we said, that did give everyone time to sort of pack up again. So the SPEC MIATA is basically getting a second run at it here as they come across the start line. We might actually see things shake up a little bit, but we won't be able to tell until we're on the next lap round. Well, things have definitely shifted out there on the track on the back end of that. Alan Lukart fourth, currently in third from what I can see, and some shifting at the front as well. Evan Jacobs and Clement Lee were in a bit of a fight before we went under the yellow. They might be in one here again. Now, there's no lap count here on this race, ladies and gentlemen, so this is going to end at 30 minutes, whether they like it or not. Realistically speaking, just given the time of the cars, that probably means we have about 2, maybe 3 laps left in this race. So if there was a big shifting of the boards here coming out, that's going to cause some significant changes. And it's going to be difficult to make up. Well, here we go, coming across the start, and yes, things have shifted greatly because Clement Lee, Evan Jacobs, Ren Messenger, Alan Lukart, Brett Rivetta. So a complete shift there. Aaron Coulter has jumped up way ahead. Sayo Haraishi is dropped by 2 places. Brett Rivetta, though, he's having the roughest race there. A 3-place drop for him to land in 5th. Shouldn't have mentioned his name, though, because he's off and on yet again. Well, 3 minutes left here. Shouldn't be much racing left. Probably 2 laps at most left in this race. Haven't quite seen the white flag readied up yet, so we might just be waiting a little bit longer, but they can't possibly keep going.
Yeah, we just heard next time by 1 to go.
There you go.
Look at Clement Lee trying to hold off Evan Jacobs. He's last lap and a half. Here they come across the line. For the second and last time, Lee, Jacobs, Messinger, Lukart the fourth, Brett Rivetta.
Well, it is this last lap here. If moves are going to be made, they're going to have to be made fast. Evan Jacobs in a position to overtake the leader of the pack, Clement Lee, but he's going to have to do some serious work if he wants to do that. And they're in the S is going as fast as they possibly can, but I feel like that group of four at the top there, Brian, feels relatively set. Never know, though. Still an opportunity here for Evan Jacobs to pull out a upset here on Clement Lee, though Clement Lee himself, having raised multiple places off of his grid starting position, is already doing far better than necessarily expected at the start of this race.
About a half a lap to go here. And it looks like Lee has spread out just enough of a lead where it's going to be really hard at this point for Evan Jacobs to make it up at this point. Lee, Jacobs, Messinger, Lukert. Oh, one of them went off going through Riverside, or at least put a wheel off. Doesn't look like any of them went off, but yeah. Might have been Lukert. Looks like he might be a little further back than he was last time I saw him.
Well, it'd be a bit of a problem there for Lukart. He is still trying to hold on to his place. He doesn't want to get Brett Rivetta the opportunity to pass him, even if it's just for fourth.
Right. Here comes your leaders for the final time through the off-ramp. That's Lee up front. Jacobs, catching up right behind him as they go into here. Will he be able to make a move? Let's see.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, let's see what happens. They look like it's just Lee's been able to hold him off, at least coming through this last corner. Will this be a last lap attempt for a pass? We'll see in just a second. Will it be Lee or Jacobs? It will be Lee. Then Evan Jacobs. Then Ren Messenger. That's your top three.
Well, let's go ahead and go through the full field here at the end of the race. Brought to you, of course, by Porterfield Racing Brakes and the Inside the SCCA podcast. In first place, number 89, Clement Lee. In second place, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In third place, number 3, Ren Messenger. In fourth, number 7, Alan Lukart the fourth. In fifth, number 189, Brett Rivetta, followed by Aaron Coulter, Carl Young, Christopher Hamilton, Erica Summers, Sayo Haraishi, and Bryce Johnson.
All right, that's going to do it for the MIATA SPEC MX5 race. Coming up next, don't go away. It's going to be a good one. SPEC Racer Forward, Formula F, Formula FTS, and Formula V. That's next. Stay with us, everyone. Welcome back to Cal Club SCCA Divisional Races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need anything for your race car, and a bunch of stuff for your street car also, and other stuff besides just brake stuff, they do a lot of racing gear and gadgets. Check them out, porterfield-races.com. Get ready for our next race, SPEC Racer 4-3, Formula F, Formula FTS, and Formula V. Let's get right to our starting lineups here. We've got ourselves a split start, so we're going to go to that first. Action here. We're going to see our pace car coming through the dog leg here in just a second. 30-minute races here. Take a second and get that set up here so I can get the countdown working properly this time, and remember to hit it at the start of the race. I've been a little slow on that today, but and there is our second pack now going through, entering Phil Hill there. We're going to head back over here now. Oh, there we go. Let's pop over here to get. Lights are out on the pace car, so once they come through here, this is the off-ramp. You'll see them coming at you, going to the off-ramp, and then off to the right there, you're going to see them heading down towards the final corner. That is Sunrise. And then hopefully when they come down, the starter will like what he sees, and he'll drop the green hanky, and we'll get going racing here. So all of our Formula cars up front, they make speed a little bit differently than the SPEC Racer Ford, so nice little split start for these groups today. Pace car, you'll see in just a second, we'll be heading to the pit lane. There it is, the white car going on pit lane, and now we will wait to see for a green flag if it comes out. Waiting for it. There it is. Green flag is in the air. There comes all of our Formula cars heading down to the first corner for the first time. See, oh, I see a lot of dust out there. Looks like at least one car has gone off at the exit of turn 1. And look at how they have spread out a little bit. I'm sure some had to avoid that incident there in turn 1. I'm going to head back here and catch the start of our SPEC Racer Ford field. They should be coming onto the main straight here in just a second. Nice big gap for the SPEC Racer Fords. Here they come down. We will check to see if they get a green flag, and they will. They kind of have to. The other race has started, so here comes our SPEC Racer Fords for the first time right into our living room. Let's see how many wide they try to go here. Sometimes 3 wide. Right now, 2 by 2, and everybody seems to be happy. We'll see if we see any dust off in the distance. I'm Brian Belansky. Tristan Parker's here with me on the call this afternoon, helping out, doing a great job as always, Tristan. And these are 2 pretty strong groups today.
Thank you. Yeah, no, they are 2 pretty strong groups here, Brian. Some of our most competitive racers out there on the field right now. The Formula Fords and the Spec Racer Fords are consistent. A lot of Formula Fords here this weekend, though. A little bit more, I think, than we usually do, which is nice because they are a fun group to watch. Those cars do go quite fast, so keep an eye on that as well. And then, obviously, when you get down into the Spec Racers, it's a split start. I'm sure you already mentioned that.
Yeah.
They're a fighting bunch. They have been very much battling back and forth over the last, 2 years or whatever. But probably longer than that, honestly, for some of them. It's the Patterson brothers there in the lead, by the way, for the Formula Fords, Andy and Stewart, respectively.
Here comes our Formula 4. We still have a car off on the outside of turn 1. So
That's
there's
correct,
a waving yellow there. And see if they're going to try to get that car out of the way. Well, I'm sure they will. The question is, can they do it still on a single, without going full course yellow? That's our hope. Here comes our Formula Fs here through the S's. That's our lead pack of Patterson, Grabinski, and Simpson. It sounds like a law firm, right? Patterson, Grabinski, and Simpson.
It does actually sound like a law firm when
Very
you say
nice.
it like that. It's quite funny.
That's right. Hurt or injured in an accident? Call Patterson, Grabinski, and Simpson. I spend too much time in radio.
I spend too much time driving through LA.
Exactly.
I just, as it were, you can't throw a rock in LA without hitting a lawyer
right.
sign. So,
Just want to make sure we keep away from Big Lou, okay?
Yeah, there you go. Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballingy, Brian Schubert rounding out your top 3 right there for the Spec Racer Fords. Lee Douglas slipping in behind. We'll see how that shakes out as they go. Yesterday we saw some jostling initially, and then it all just kind of settled. We saw a few passes towards the end from a couple of cars. I think it was Andy Patterson, Stuart Patterson. Andy Patterson's car for the Formula Fords had bodywork damage on it, if I remember correctly. It was all a little bit of a mess, but we generally tend to see, looking down deeper into the list, the Spec Racers kind of bunch up together, almost like the Spec Miatas. They get in their sort of groups and they play off of one another. They draft off one another, so that's something to keep an eye on. Here comes the Fords again. Ricky Simpson, the number 29 car, he's now taken himself past the Patterson brothers, so he'll set the lead now at a 1:56, pretty fast time. Denny Renfro clocking in quite a bit slower, quite a bit faster, 1:55.534, so a whole second ahead, but he's still almost 7 seconds behind Rodney Grabinski, so I doubt we're going to be seeing him catching up anytime soon.
Yeah, the gap at the line between Patterson and Simpson was 0.111 seconds. I actually thought it was closer than that. It looked like they hadn't even cleared each other. So
it was very, very close between the two of them. As you kind of drop down in the Spec Racer order as well, we'll see some stuff coming out of there. We'll view over towards Phil Hill, just looking for our Formula Ford pack right now, and there they are. Everything about the same that it was, to be honest. Robert Edmondson, Alec Ballingy, and Brian Schubert coming across the starting line for the Spec Racers right now. 2 first-time drivers out there in the Spec Racer category as well. Well, they raced yesterday for the first time, but they're racing again. That's Sophie Slowick in the number 112 car, and then Mia Rosenthal in the number 64 car. And her dad, number 55, Jay Rosenthal, is also racing today in the Spec Racer category. So, more family action there. And it looks like the car down by turn 1, which was Steven Simpson, or turn 2, let's say, has finally been cleared. Ricky Simpson still in the lead, picking up speed as well, which is good for him. 153.972 there. Andy Patterson 2 seconds behind. Stewart is about 0.5 behind him, so all kind of together chasing one another. The two leaders there of the Spec Racer Ford pack, Robert Edmondson and Mark Ballingy. Brian Schubert 2 seconds behind that group, or that duo, I should say. Got good spacing from Mark Edwards, though. In fact, the entire Spec Racer Ford category is pretty much spaced out, except for Sophie Slawick, who is chasing Chris Strand, is only about 0.2 of a second behind him. Here comes Jay Rosenthal and Mia Rosenthal across the line, or perhaps not Mia Rosenthal. I thought she was there, but I don't see her.
Yeah. Interesting to see Mark Edwards has worked his way up in front of some of those Spec Racer Fords.
Oh, here's Mia Rosenthal.
You know, I believe Mia Rosenthal and Sophie Slowick, this is their first race weekend.
Yep.
So both of them out here for the first time this weekend. Yesterday was their first ever races, and they're out here learning a lot. And
Intense.
yeah, good for them. Good for them.
So you got to start somewhere. I mean, that's just the long and short of it.
Yep.
Mark Ballingy, by the way, drafting on the backside of Robert Edmondson as they come down through the dog leg. You got a good view of it right there on the camera. Brian Schubert is that yellow car that's just chasing them up.
Yeah, we'll see both those cars coming through here.
Fortunate for Schubert because he's at a little bit of a disadvantage with those two drafting like that. He's going to have to maybe hope for a mistake there at the front to give him maybe an opening that he needs. Not that it's good to wish ill on anyone, but I'm sure he's hoping that somebody will give him an opening. Always confusing because he's at the front and so is Mark Ballingy, and they both have those yellow and orange, or yellow, red, orange cars. It makes it harder for us up here.
Yeah. So those cars coming up just over that little hill there, making the right hand, getting around Mark Edwards. There's Brian Schubert coming past us there. Just in front of him is that duo of Edmondson and Ballingy we were talking about just a second ago.
Looks like Slowick might have actually managed to get around Chris Strand. It felt like it might have been kind of an inevitability there just based on what the times were. Good job for her.
Yeah, Mark Ballingy not at all giving up on trying to get past Robert Edmondson.
No, not at all. I feel like he's kind of biding his time right now, Brian, because he's sort of just in a good spot where he's, can maybe look for an opportunity to pass him should it appear. Otherwise, he can just kind of hang in right behind him, tucked up, as those Spec Racer Fords like to do.
Well, and as is often the case in Spec Racer Ford, the last lap pass is the one that gets you the win. So, he could be doing just that, trying to just hang on there and be ready to go whenever the time comes. And usually that's on the last lap or two of the race.
Biding your time, a very viable strategy here in the Spec Racer department, that's for sure. So get a good view of him there as well, and you can see just how close Mark Ballingy is keeping it.
There they are coming through Cotton Corners, and then you will see them right there. It's the second and third car through.
Yeah. Close as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's...
Should, by the way, also give credit to Mark Edwards. We mentioned the name a couple of times. Our only Formula V out there.
Yep.
Just doing his thing.
Yep, that silver Formula F right in front of Edmondson and Ballingy. That is the 62 car of Mike Callis. So the two leaders in Spec Racer Ford 3 looking to get around that slower Formula F car there. You can see them right in front of them. Hopefully he'll know that's a race for the lead and he will not get in the way there. That's a tough place, though, to hit a slower car in the S's there. Really hard for anybody to get past anybody there. So hopefully he'll get out of the way and allow those cars to get past him here. And not separate those two. It looks like they were able to negotiate around him without any issues. And it also looks like Brian Schubert is able to get around too. So no harm, no foul as they make their way past that slower car.
Should have mentioned Mark Edwards' name. It sounds like word from the track is he had to pull off because of a mechanical
Oh,
issue.
no.
Wow, Mark Ballingy just keeping it tight there on the dock leg, just sitting right behind. Oh, and it's bad news for Mark Edwards. Broken right suspension on that car.
Oh, no.
So that's, for the Formula V, that's a lift toe. That's the end of the day.
Yeah. I'm hearing the emergency services folks get themselves stood up and ready to go to come out and get him out of harm's way there wherever he is.
It's a real shame, honestly, because we rarely see anything go wrong with that Formula V car. This is the first time I can remember that we actually have seen an issue with it. A little bit of awkward traffic there on the screen coming off the off-ramp. Everybody's sort of jostling around towards the back there, I think, of the pack for the SPEC Racer Fords.
Yep, I think that was probably Maya Rosenthal, and good job on her to keep out of the way. Nice and wide there through the off-ramp. Let those cars duck in on the inside. And there is Mark Edwards slowly limping his way around. Looks like he is going to make it back to the pit lane. Hopefully those cars know he's a slower car.
Yeah, it looks like Mark Edwards is done for the day. Pulling behind the wall. He managed to get to the pits of his own volition. So,
Yep.
But yeah, with suspension gone, you're done. You're not racing.
Yeah, not much you can do about that one. All right, let's see. We've been following SPEC Racer Fords here for a while. Let's see if we can pick up Ricky Simpson and follow him for a couple laps. Show the Formula F's a little bit of love here. And here he comes across the line. This is the silver car. He goes right past us there. And he just went purple. Oh, no, he went purple on lap 3. My bad. He does have the fastest lap of the race, though, with a 1:53.972.
Quite fast, honestly.
Yeah.
It's pushing the Formula Ford as quick as he can go. Denny Renfro, by the way, has climbed massively. He's in that distinct black and yellow striped car. He's hard to miss. He's climbed all the way up to second now, gutting around Stuart Patterson, and Andy Patterson has dropped back into 4th place. So
there he is right there going through the screen there.
Patterson brothers can't be too pleased about that one. Sure, they'll try and find their opportunity to get the, pip the back of, let's get a pip back. There we go.
There you go.
On Denny when they get an opportunity. 0.6 second gap between Stewart and Renfro. So
yeah, they're still
not
pretty
a lot.
close.
That's close. As we get here close to the halfway point of the race, we might as well give you the full field rundown brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes and the Inside the SCCA podcast. Starting from the top, it's a long one, folks, so buckle in. Your race leader, number 29, Ricky Simpson. In second place, number 11, Denny Renfro. In third place, number 27, Stuart Patterson, followed by Andy Patterson, followed by Edward Erlinson, Rodney Grabinski, Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballingy, Brian Schubert, Johnny Crean, Lee Douglas, Mike Moshe, Mike Callis, Denny Fosdick, Sophie Slowick, Jay Rosenthal, Douglas Stewart, Chris Strand, Mia Rosenthal, Mark Edwards to round it out, and he might actually be able to re-enter the race by the looks of it, but we'll keep an eye on him. But that is your mid-race recap brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads and the Inside the SCCA podcast.
There's your race leader just going past, and then a little bit further back here, it's going to be Denny Renfro and Stuart Patterson across the line. Here they come. Renfro is in the Bumblebee-looking car right there. Patterson in the red car behind him. Ricky Simpson just pulling away again today, trying to make it 2 in a row this weekend. As long as he keeps the car straight between the white lines and gets all the way to the finish line, looks like he's going to have an easy run of it. Renfro now pulling away from Patterson as well.
Now, I should mention.
Oh, well, there we go.
Uh-oh.
Car parked in a not very good spot there. He's going to try to get going.
Boy.
That's a 64 car.
Mia Rosenthal. I wonder what happened right there.
Yeah, I think she probably spun there and was trying to find a gear to get going again.
Can't get the gear on the box. That is worrying to watch.
Tough spot for that to happen. We'll see if she was able to continue here. Looks like I don't see her. Let's look down here. Was that her there?
That is that red
Yeah,
car right
yeah.
there. So found the gear. Took a second. That's okay. Sometimes car stalls out.
Yeah.
My thoughts out there for her though, because that must have been a terrifying moment for somebody who's on the second race ever. That could not have been fun. And hey, sure enough, suspension or no suspension, I guess whatever it was, maybe it wasn't as bad as he initially reported. I see Mark Edwards back out there in the Formula V. So good for him. Sturdy car. Right back at it again. Mike Callis, however, has come in. Will not be continuing his race. That's number 62, Formula Ford.
Yeah, we just got a call in that there was a 3-car schmozzle out there at some point.
Really?
And I believe all 3 of them have continued, but they all had a moment.
Mark Ballingy, by the way, to go back to the Spec Racers, he just continues to hold on to the belt of Robert Edmondson, is not letting him go anywhere. I think that's like the 7th now time I've seen them come through that dog leg where Mark Ballingy is just right there, almost fender to bumper with his opponent. He's just not giving him any room to breathe. I mean, yeah, you'll get a good view of it coming down here. Thanks for the heads up there, Brian. Yeah, on the off ramp, you see how close they are. I mean, it looks probably closer than it is, I would say, but it is genuinely a very tight little bit of maneuvering right there, and takes some serious skill from both drivers, from Ballingy to hold that positioning, and then from Robert Edmondson to stave that off. Meanwhile, Brian Schubert just running his race about 4 seconds back.
Well, he also may be trying to stay off the back just a tiny bit here. It is still pretty warm today, not as warm as yesterday, but they want to make sure they keep getting air into those radiators, or as my friends on the other side of the pond would say, radiators. If you don't get air in there, they can overheat. So by holding back just a little bit, there's that little inlet at the front of the cars. That's all the air into the radiators, and they want to try to keep that happening. So that could also be what's going on there, because I do see it kind of being a little of an accordion effect. He gets up close for a lap or two, and then he pulls back for just a little bit. And he might be doing that on purpose. So,
you know, I hadn't considered that, Brian. That's a good point. Unfortunately, by the way, just as Mark Edwards has made his glorious return, his engine stalled out somewhere around turn number 6. So we might see him coming back off the track. I see him. He's moving, but he is going quite slow. So he was past the halfway point. It genuinely might have been that he just wanted to get one more lap in to make sure that he was safe on that, and then he'll pull her back in.
That is exactly what I think he's doing, and that was him going slow, and here comes your your Spec Racer Ford 3 leaders.
Yeah.
So
bit of a dust kick up there in the back as well, so somebody put a bit of a wheel off. And again, this is the issue with the tightness of the Spec Racer Ford leaders in particular, is really it only takes Robert Edmondson putting a wheel off, especially on the Grapevine turn. I'm not even saying a spun and continue or anything like that, just literally putting a wheel in the dirt would be enough to give an opening there for his opponent to get around him. And sure enough, there's Mark Edwards' car, followed by Brian Schubert just coming around. You can see how slow Mark Edwards is going, really at quite a sedate pace, but given that he's been having mechanical issues, I don't think you can blame him for it at all. I'm going to check, and sure enough, he did his one lap just to make sure that he was over the qualification mark. He'd done the race, and then he's into pits, pulling off, and his pit crew is running over to talk to him.
Yeah, for those who may be unfamiliar with our rules here in the SCCA, you have to get to halfway to be considered a finisher.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's a good point.
That is the goal for a lot of these drivers, especially if you're running in the back or you're got a, like Mark is. He is the only car in his class today. So getting to that halfway mark, and there are times actually when he's the only car in the class and his car's working perfectly fine that he pulls off at the halfway point. So
yeah, he's done that plenty of times.
Yep, here comes our leaders again. That is Edmondson and Ballingy.
A lot going on out there today. A lot of calls on the net for this race, to be honest.
Well, got a lot more cars out on this race than we have in a lot of the others.
Right,
so.
I was going to say, it's just far more than 6
Yeah.
So
But everyone's doing a good enough job here. 8 minutes to go.
it's really, oh, excuse me, it's really, I'm telling you, it's the heat and everything combined. It's really to watch that Mark Bellengee sort of Robert Edmondson back and forth. That's the race that you want to watch right now because you're not sure who's going to come out on top. Currently, of course, Robert Edmondson maintaining his lead over Mark Bellengee. You get the feeling that at any time, Ballengee's just going to pull a fast one here and get around him. So from a strategic perspective, for Ballengee, it becomes a consideration of when you want to make that move. You don't want to go too early because then you have a chance there for Robert Edmondson to get it back. Of course, you don't want to go too late either. You just won't have the time to make the pass. So, because even as close as he is, it's going to, and you saw him come across there, even as close as he is, it will take time for him to make that pass. He cannot do that instantaneously.
And I can't tell you the number of times over the last 30 years I've seen that the pass being made on the second to last lap, and then right there on the next lap, the pass gets made back again.
Yeah.
Really a high level of strategery.
Yeah, and you can be sure that Robert Edmondson has been, in addition to the regular strata of decision making you have to make, he has been thinking quite heavily, I'm sure, about just how he would take that position back if he were to get past. So, there's the Spec Racer Fords, they take it seriously. They have people, some of them have radios. They've got people who spot for them, let them know what's going on, let them know who's around them. They've got, they watch their camera footage. They are into it. So when they make their decisions, they think deeply about these things. Nothing happening, just by fly by night out there. Mark Ballengee, again, I watched him come through the dog leg. He's just he cannot find his spot just yet. Got Robert Edmondson sweating, though. That's for sure. That's for sure.
I'm going to try to pick up for,
I'm telling you, it's hot.
brain, mouth.
It's hot.
Not
It's
working
dry up here. This is our second day.
I'm going to try to pick up the battle for second place in Formula F here. This is the Renfro-Patterson battle.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Let's see if we can find them here.
Because Renfro has been doing pretty well staving off Stuart Patterson, but it's developing into a situation not unlike what we were talking about with the Spec Racer Fords, where Stuart is about 0.4, maybe 0.5 of a second back, just kind of waiting for an opportunity. The problem is he's going to get to a situation where he's going to have to make his own opportunity sooner rather than later, because as you can see from the timer there, folks, we're nearly down to our last 5 minutes. And with the general speed that these guys go, I mean, we're not going to get probably more than 2 or 3 laps out of this race. So times need to happen.
Yeah. The gap between first and second in Formula F is still rather large, about 7.6 seconds. And there was the Renfro-Patterson group just coming through here now. We'll pick them up here as they come onto the main straight. Patterson's right there looking to pounce if it's all possible. Here they come. There's your leader going by, and then this 2 cars right here is Renfro, the one up front, and then the red car behind him is Patterson.
Yeah, there's definitely
oh wow, we've got a big off here in the S's. There's a car off to the right. That is definitely a Spec Racer Ford.
That's Mike Moshe, I think, in the number 16 car. Mike Maximum Attack Moshe, I've been asked to call him. So fortunately, he's maximum attacked his way off the track at the moment. That's no good. Hopefully they'll be able to get him out of there. Well, sure, somebody will jump into it sooner rather than later and pick him up. He doesn't look like there's anything seriously wrong there. He's just, buried himself in the dirt. Well, now here's something interesting. You might not be able to catch this on camera, Brian, but Stuart Patterson is trying to use a little bit of traffic that was just in front of Denny Renfro as an opportunity to close that gap. And he did. He genuinely did, coming down through the dog leg.
trying to find that battle here so we can look at that. But I also want to not get too far away from the Edmondson-Ballingy battle as well. That's still really tight. Still 0.2 of a second.
Well, here comes Renfro and Patterson onto the straightaway.
All right, we'll take a peek at them for a second. And there they are.
You'll see them behind the leader right there. That's
There's your
Ricky
leader.
Simpson, who just continues to hold that spot.
All right. And there they are there. And I will also work to pick up our leaders for Spec Racer Ford 3 next. And where is they? Where is they? There they come. They're at the dog leg right now. Let's pick them up. Coming into us, heading towards the dog leg. There they are from the distance on our screen there. They'll be right coming in there right now. And I'm going to guess next time, but this time by is going to be the white flag
Correct.
for Ricky Simpson.
We're on our second to last lap here.
Yeah. So let me see if I can press the buttons to get all of the action here in this final lap and a half.
It's an art form.
Sometimes it's just flat out luck. Oh, and I'm hearing we might be getting a checkered flag early for that incident there in the S's.
Sure enough, checkered flag will come out here. Well, that wraps up the Spec Racer Fords there.
Checkered flag for Spec Racer Ford.
And here comes Brian
Robert
Schubert.
Edmerson's going to be your race winner, followed by Ballingy and Schubert.
Full course yellow is going to come out here as Brian Schubert walks it in. Should be seeing him in just a second. And yeah, it's an unfortunate way to have to end the race there on a full course yellow. Hopefully everybody's okay.
Right.
And that, I think, is going to set things pretty much what they are. Ricky Simpson coming across here. That'll be followed by Denny Renfro, followed by Stuart Patterson. Unfortunately, these battles ending a little bit anticlimactically because of obviously they cannot be making passes while the yellow is out. So that'll be the end of the race, and their order should pretty much hold. So let me do our full field rundown here at the end of the race. And starting at the top, your overall race winner, number 29, Ricky Simpson. In second place, number 11, Denny Renfro. In third place, number 27, Stuart Patterson. In fourth, number 28, Andy Patterson. In fifth, number 81, Rodney Grabinski. In sixth, number 8, Edward Erlinson. In seventh, number 22, Robert Edmondson. In eighth, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In ninth, number 9, Brian Schubert. In 10th, number 2, Lee Douglas, followed by Johnny Crean, Denny Fostick, Mike Moshe, Jay Rosenthal, Douglas Stewart, Chris Tran, Sophie Slowick, Mia Rosenthal, Mark Edwards, Mike Callis.
All right, that's going to do it for this race. We're going to have a little bit of a delay while we get the situation dealt with here for our full course yellow and our early checkered flag. When we come back, we'll have all of the info for you. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back to Cal Club. SCCA Divisional Races, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Race number 5 is up next. STL, A Sedan, E Production, F Production, H Production. That's up next. Let's go to our starting lineups for race number 5. How we doing, Tristan? Oh, there we go.
Here's what we have in group number 5. It's a small group today. Here it is a mostly STL group. Let's read them from the back. K. David Snow starting in row 4. In row number 3, you have Gary Berth and Jack McEachern. In row 2, Philip Clark and David Lecren. And then in your first row, Darren Murdoch and your pole position holder, Sean Fisher. Mostly STLs out there today. A couple T4 and an FP and an HP joining the group as well.
There we go. A few fewer cars today. We had some cars break yesterday or this morning, so we're going to have about 7 cars. Looks like there's actually more cars out there than we originally... Well, no, that's about 8 cars, 7 cars. All right, close enough. Anyway, hopeful, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Counting, you know?
There you go. There you go.
Never the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah. So, all right.
All right. Let's see what we have going on in this race. I mean, yesterday, the STLs, it was not super competitive, if I remember correctly. Sean Fisher kind of pounded out ahead early in the number 53 car. He did get overtaken eventually, I think, because he put a wheel out of place coming into the Grapevine turn, and then he took it back. So that was kind of just the way it was.
Yeah, looking to see what the results were from yesterday's races. I'll pull those up real quick. And it was Sean Fisher and Darren Murdoch were the STL cars going up front. And if I remember correctly, it was Murdoch who had the lead, and then Sean Fisher fought back in the final few laps. Yeah, to take the win. So, but yeah, that's how it looked yesterday. We're going to get out and do it again today.
Shouldn't be too different here today from them, and we've been on a bit of a break, so these drivers initially they were kind of sitting on the grid waiting, then they had to go back to their respective garages, and they had to come back out to the grid, so it's been a bit of a song and dance for them here so far today. I doubt that, has a noticeable impact on any of their racing ability, but it's certainly lengthened the amount of time that they expected to stay out in the sun and what have you.
Lights are out on the pace car as they go through the dog leg. Sun's a little deeper in the sky now, which may cause a little glare issues. I'll have to deal with that. You can see the sun reflecting off the windshields there as they came out of Riverside.
We've only got 2 more races to go here, so even with our delay, I don't think we're going to run anything like Sunset.
No.
It's not going to cause us significant issues. As we said earlier in the day, a bit of a weather update. Still quite warm out there. I was just out walking around. It's not abysmally hot like it was yesterday. I think it's about 82 degrees here, getting close to the hottest part of the day. So that's not too bad, all things considered. It is dry as a bone, though, I will say, and very dusty out there on the track, which we've been seen illustrated in multiple races here at this point. So, and I'm sure we will see it illustrated again in this one as well, at least once or twice. Though if I remember correctly yesterday, these guys were mostly clean about how they were racing.
You can see pace car is on pit lane now. Your leader's going to come onto the front straight, waiting for that green flag to come out. Here it comes. Let's see. And there it is. Green flag is in the air as our 7 cars start moving down towards turn number 1. One little straggler there in the back. I believe that is K. David Snow.
Most likely is, in that Volkswagen. Fun car, though.
That's right.
So, is it Volkswagen? I don't know.
Farfignugan. There we go.
Yeah. I was going to say, Brian, we're lucky we're doing this this weekend. You know how hot it's going to be next week?
I don't even want to think about it. How hot it's supposed to be next weekend?
It's supposed to be 100 on Saturday.
Wow.
But the middle of the week out here in Bakersfield, in case anybody who's listening was planning a trip to Buttonwillow for a Wednesday or a Thursday, you cool kids, it's 107. So, holy.
Wow.
Stay away, folks. Stay away from the Central Valley this week. I mean, I don't want to disparage Bakersfield, so I'll stop there. Anyway, Interesting to see Sean Fisher in ninth. I'm not sure. Sometimes when all those RFIDs, which is how they detect the relative positions of the cars, sometimes when the RFIDs come across the line like that, they do get a little sort of discombobulated. Somebody's in front of somebody else and it reads wrong, and you'll see, our first lap when they complete it, we'll see if, say, Sean Fisher all of a sudden shoots back up to first place, or if he even finishes at all. I mean, that generally is kind of the way these things tend to go. He could possibly be not racing today, and we just unfortunately haven't heard about it. Nobody tells us nothing up here in the press booth, such as it is. We're gonna get press jackets one of these days.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Then they'll have to tell us things. I would totally get one if I was going down to the pit lane, just so I didn't get run over. Or when I walked up to talk to people, they weren't like, "Who are you?" Which is another one. Some of the positions out here at Cow Club very face forward. Ours is not so much. We're very voice oriented. Here comes the number 53
We're face
car.
backwards.
Face backwards. A face for radio,
That's
as
right.
they do say.
That's right.
The 50
And a voice for newspapers.
The 53 car of Sean Fisher is, in fact, in the lead, as expected. Bryce Johnson is right behind him. Darren Murdoch in that mix as well. Though Sean Fisher putting an impressive time early on. He's quite out ahead, about 4 seconds there for Bryce Johnson to make up. And Bryce Johnson, we've already actually seen, of course, once today. So he's back out there again with his car. He did not bother with qualifying this morning.
Yeah, he probably figured he'd had a good enough time yesterday in this group. Not a big group, so
Exactly
starting one or two positions back, probably not a big deal for him, or one or two positions further forward.
It's interesting, too, because we have, he's in a Mazda. We also have Sean Fisher, who's in a Mazda RX-8. And so this is something that we talked a little bit about yesterday, was that Sean Fisher did kind of, I think, consistently had an edge over Bryce Johnson, just based on the car and the engine and what have you. Now, that wasn't to say that Bryce Johnson didn't put in a decent showing yesterday in this group, because he certainly did.
Right.
But Sean Fisher has that edge, and he's established it here as well. I mean, you saw it coming through Riverside just there. It's not really changed as they go into the dog leg. And I think that's probably going to set the tenor here for a lot of this race.
Yeah, now I remember this race. We had talked about it with Bryce Johnson having the SMX5 car and Sean Fisher having the purpose-built STL car. That's an advantage for Fisher here as he just drops down his fast lap. Going purple, 209.698 last lap. So that was the second lap, so you would think that would be the fast lap up to this point. No shock and surprise there. But yeah, so Bryce Johnson's double dipping in that SPEC MX5 Cup car. And that is why, could be part of the problem where the difference in... Sorry, I had to find the right camera. I press the buttons and try to talk at the same time. That's my problem.
Yeah.
But anyway, that SPEC MX5 car, not the most optimized car for the STL class, which makes it a little more difficult for him. And then you've got the Sean Fisher car, which is a car built to the spec of to the rules for this class. So that could be a little bit of the difference there.
Yeah, it's a very valid point you're making right there. And, we'll see how it plays out here today, if that changes at all. I mean, the natural advantages are what the natural advantages are. Sean Fisher coming through the S's right there, handling those bends particularly well, but you can see the pure amount of speed that Bryce Johnson is putting into his car, because he actually went up on the, what is it called, the edging?
The curving.
Why do I feel like an idiot for not knowing that? It went up on the curving there as he came through far more. He took that turn far tighter than the two cars you just saw right there. So he's yearning for speed on some of those turns. Hopefully that doesn't cause problems for him down the road. I must be honest with you, we've seen some very bold and vigorous racing from Bryce Johnson here this weekend. So he goes when he wants to. Unfortunately, I think it might be Craig Carter, who is our only GTL. He might be out of this race here. I hear talk of a tow truck coming in, and he is currently sitting at the bottom of our order. So it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy day here at Buttonwillow, to be honest. A lot more tows than I think we're necessarily used to seeing.
Yeah.
Though I will say, speaks to the resiliency of these race cars that people have these tows and they're back out here next month or whatever, ready and ready to go most of the time.
Sometimes they get towed. They're back out here next session.
Yeah, that is true. We saw that with the Glam Drink. So
yeah,
all credit to him. He was off and then he was back on for a lap and then he was off again. So
Sean Fisher coming through, and right behind him, well, pretty much right behind him, is Bryce Johnson, and that's
closing that gap.
Yep. You know, the other question you start to ask yourself at the end of a long, hot weekend like this, did they put new tires on for today, or are they using the same tires of yesterday? You know, and who has the advantage in that situation?
Yeah, that's almost a cost consideration too for a lot of these guys, right? Because you know the nature of the beast is that you would love to swap out your tires after a day on the track, after 30 minutes of racing. That's the other thing too. Yep. It's a long time to be out there for a non-professional driver in a, you know, not necessarily, we're not talking Formula One cars here. So you want to swap out the tires, but it costs so much money to swap out a full set of tires. Yep. If you can get through on one set for a weekend, that's real good.
Yep. And some drivers are doing that every weekend, trying to get one set through the whole weekend. So,
it's pretty common.
Yep. Yeah, when I was racing, I would take used tires from different classes.
Oh wow!
Cobble together my tires for a race weekend, trying to be
making a little homunculus tire set there. That's horrible. I mean, if it works, hey.
The Spec Racer 4 guys, the national guys, would use them for one weekend, and I would look at them and say, I got 2 more weekends in those tires.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'd get the Spec Racer 4 tires and put them on my improved touring car.
Hell yeah.
That was a pretty regular
It works.
Cost-saving measure for me.
Take what you can from where you can.
Yep.
As they say, use whatever works.
It's kind of cool seeing the windshields glistening there as they come towards us.
It is, yeah, and it's. I mean, Buttonwillow is a lovely track, so it's always a pleasure to be out here. Yep. You know, hopefully we'll be seeing ourselves at the new track soon rather than later. Right. That is in the offing as we speak, and maybe later this year even.
That's what we're hoping for.
We could be out there, so that would be very exciting.
Fingers and toes crossed.
Yeah. My fingers and toes crossed as well. I'd love to get a look at that new track. As I was telling you yesterday, Brian, everything about it in my mind is just better. So our announce booth is far nicer.
It is?
There's that's my mind. Yeah.
We haven't figured that part out yet, but we will.
Our announce booth is far nicer. There are no dead birds in here when we show up and what have you.
There we go.
53, Sean Fisher across. As Brian had an unfortunate brush with the local wildlife.
Yes, all good.
Early on Saturday. It's just the nature of being out in the middle of a big field, to be fair.
We are in God's country here a little bit.
Yeah, Steinbeck would be proud. Anyway, right. Sean Fisher there, not his fastest lap, but he's going to need to pick up his speed because it was fastest lap for Bryce Johnson at a 2:08.793.
Yeah.
And you can see as you look at that camera there, coming through the S's again, Bryce Johnson... hell for leather. I don't actually know what that expression comes from. Remind me to look that up later. But he's hell for leather coming through there, and he's up on the siding again.
Trying to build spin for leather, yeah.
Trying to beak up as much speed as possible.
Yeah. You know, Bryce Johnson hasn't had the car so far this weekend to really get up there behind Sean Fisher, but he's never been far enough back where Sean Fisher couldn't see him.
That is genuinely true.
And when you look in your mirrors for 30 minutes yesterday, and now we're going on 10 minutes today, and every time you look up, that orange car is in your mirrors. That is something that you see and you think about, and you just went, man, can I just pull away a little bit, and then maybe a little bit back and forth, and now it looks like he's just a little bit closer as they go through the dogleg here. I'm gonna.
Kind of with the, Mark 1 eyeball, I will say it does look like Bryce Johnson is getting progressively closer pretty much every lap. And it does feel as if the measurements are kind of backing that up. But we'll get a better check of the evidence here as they come through.
So we're going to let them come through to start-finish line this time, and then we're going to hang on that camera in just a little bit until we can catch up with the Darren Murdoch car and give that car a little bit of love here for a lap or so. We'll try to get through everybody so everybody gets a little bit of FaceTime here. As our leaders are going into the final turn, the third place cars coming through the Grapevine and Cotton Corners. Bryce Johnson just dropped another fast lap here.
208.312, and he's closed that gap between him and Sean Fisher to 0.7 of a second. So Sean Fisher needs to either find some speed or pray that Bryce Johnson has a wheel off or takes it a little too aggressively. But something has to happen there for those two. Meanwhile, Darren Murdoch just kind of rolling along.
Here's Darren Murdoch, and you can see the two cars behind him right there. That is Jack McEachern and David Lecren. So that is third, fourth, and fifth place here. So coming up on 18 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in this race. Race number 5 of the weekend. Group.
One more to go after that. That'll be our Formula Atlantic cars, and those are always fun to see. I think there's about 11 cars in that field here today, so a good kind of bookend to our weekend. And then, of course, if you missed earlier races, you're wondering who won, and a great ticker down there at the bottom. Brian has handily updated that with all your class winners, so you can take a look right there. Of course, it is important to remember that here at Buttonwillow, it is not the overall race winner that necessarily matters, though certainly it matters for Pride, Brian. It is the class winner of these individual classes. So, for example, Mr. Philip Clark, the number 33 car, is the only T4 entered in the race right now. He will be the T4 winner as long as he completes half the race, which he is coming up on.
Yep.
Same can be said of Gary Murph and David Snow, the FP and the HP respectively. They're a couple of old grognards there who have been around for a while. They're great. I love those cars, as you well know, and I love the fact that they parked that Volkswagen right as close to the control tower as possible, so everybody coming in gets to take a look at it. It's a beautiful machine.
I got to tell you, I love the fact that he parked right by the control tower, too, because yesterday I left my flashers on when I went to put the cameras out on the racetrack, and he was nice enough to flag down one of our workers here and alert me to the fact that that was the case, and he saved me from having to get a jump start last night. Thank you very much, K.
David Snow.
So thank you, Mr. Snow.
Yeah, he sits there and with his Volkswagen. It's quite a fun setup. I love it. And they race very frequently, and they're out here and they're having a good time, and that's good to see.
I'm gonna hang on this camera now. The next car we should be getting coming through here is that is Philip Clark, and then we will wait a little bit longer and give Mr. Murph, Gary Murph, and the Opel GT, and David Snow a little bit of airtime here if we can figure out where they are on the racetrack.
Well, they'll have to come past eventually.
If I wait here long enough.
Theoretically speaking, they have to come back here eventually, you would hope. But yeah, we haven't.
Oh, actually, you know what? I can catch them back here. No, here they come into this view here. Sands to the hourglass. These are the days of our lives.
Yeah.
All right, so the red car is the Opel GT, and right behind him is that Volkswagen Rabbit of K. David Snow.
A venerable vehicle.
That's right, and they're already looks like they're about to be caught by our race leaders here. So,
so a little bit of traffic out there, but we have actually seen some trouble with traffic earlier in the day. Yep. So. There was a car a couple of races back that went and had a rather nasty kind of lost the front of its bodywork when they were getting tangled up. Somebody tried to pass them. So
here's the Opel, and there Mr. Snow and the Rabbit. Right behind him are our race leaders. So this is actually a fortuitous time to be following the Opel and the Rabbit, because we can then start to pick up our race leaders again here after doing that. Let's do this. We're at the halfway point. Why don't we hit us up with the full field mid-race recap?
Well, here we go. Mid-race recap brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads and the Inside the SCCA podcast. Starting at the top, number 53, Sean Fisher. In second, number 25, Bryce Johnson. In third, number 5, Darren Murdoch. In fourth, number 21, Jack McEachern. In fifth, number 2, David Lecren. In sixth, number 33, Philip Clark. In seventh, number 98, Gary Murph. In eighth, number 23, K. David Snow. And then, of course, behind the pit wall, it's number 146, Craig Carter.
That is your mid-race recap brought to you by Inside the SCCA. Also, want to take an opportunity to thank our good friends at Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the presenting sponsor of all of the Cal Club Divisional races out here. Actually, all of the Cal Club races, Divisional or Majors or otherwise. And we could not do the live stream here without their help, so it's fantastic, and we really appreciate everything they do. If you want to find out more about racing brakes, street car brakes, or awesome bits and bobs for your racing car or your regular car, check them out, Porterfield-brakes.com. All right, there's your leaders making their way past those two slower cars, and they are now free and clear, and it looks like, just by my eyeball, that Mr. Fisher made it through those slower cars a little bit better than Bryce Johnson did.
I think that's exactly what happened, because it has widened the gap just a little bit, and Sean Fisher needed something like that. I mean, he did put up a really good lap on lap number 6, which gave him a little bit of distance, but Bryce Johnson was still about a second behind him. I think we're going to see that gap expand just a little bit here.
Right.
As we come through. And I mean, this is what we talk about when we talk about traffic, right? Is it can slow people down, and some drivers, if they're canny enough, use that to their advantage to try and slow whoever's kind of chasing them down as well. So there's a whole sort of thought process that goes into it. It's a thinking man's game, is racing. You wouldn't know it on face, but it sure is.
And that said, it does look like Bryce Johnson's really been able to close that bigger gap in the last half a lap.
His car, he's been putting that Mazda of his through its paces here on this lap. He is full throttle, full power. It's kind of funny because it's almost feels a little bit different from yesterday, where we saw him go very hard when he was in the SPEC MIATA group. Then he was a little bit more sedate in this race. Today he was a little bit more sedate in the SPEC MIATA race, and he's going very hard in the STLs. So Sean Fisher cannot, I think, rest on his laurels there at all, or he is in serious risk of losing that first place spot.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to talk to the drivers to compare the SPEC MIATA and the SPEC MX-5. I'm sorry, the RX-8 and the SPEC MX-5, which is the... Somebody
this
went
is what
off
I'm
there.
talking about. He takes that turn every time as close to the inside as he can, and I do worry for Bryce Johnson a little bit that he's going to take it a little too close at some point in time, and that's going to be the end of that.
Well, it didn't seem to affect him too much there. He's still right about the same position. But I'm just wondering if that car up front, the Sean Fisher car, is putting off like some dirty air, and it's just really hard to come up behind it, which would kind of make sense to me. And it's just really hard to draft up. And if you can't get to the rear bumper, it's hard to get past.
Yeah, 2.5, confirmation of 2.5 there off and on. So we know that Bryce Johnson is kind
working hard.
Working hard. He's trying, but that's opened up a gap now. That's bigger than it was between the two of them. So that is a little problematic. Meanwhile, of course, Gary Murph and K. David Snow, respectively, they both set their fastest times on that last lap. So good for them. They're in a little race of their own. I think they just enjoy driving together, to be honest. I saw them jawing at one another down by the start stand. But now I'm worried because I see K. David Snow coming by in the Volkswagen, but I do not see the wingman there. The Opel is missing. So the number 98 car perhaps might have been lost somewhere out on the track. I don't mean in a bad way. I mean, he's probably just had to pull off. And we'll keep an eye out for him on the cameras. What is that? You know, speaking of old cars, there was an old car that you referenced yesterday. I was trying to remember what it was.
I don't know.
I think it was a Yugo. That was Yugo. It's like I haven't heard somebody talk about Yugos in a real long time. Once upon a time in a different life, I had friends, Brian, who wanted me to do I don't know, they were debating doing this thing where you raced from, I think it was the United Kingdom. It might have been Constantinople. I mean, it might have been Istanbul. And you do a race basically across the entire continent of Asia. And you get like an old beater and you try and take it from one side of Asia to the other. And they were talking about getting like an Opel with a diesel 3-stroke. It was a wild conversation. Not an Opel, a Yugo. It was a wild conversation. But it made me think of that.
I'm just crazy enough to think that sounds like fun.
You know what? It genuinely did sound like fun. The only problem is, in order to take the most efficient route, you have to go across Iran, which for one of the guys who was a Serbian was not a problem.
Yes.
But for the two Americans, it was a little bit more of an issue. And unfortunately now, given the current climate of things, it would be nigh on impossible to do that particular race. But it was a cool idea. It would have been a lot of fun. You go through all of Kazakhstan and everything, but there are some places out there where you're stuck. So that's the other thing too. But anyway, I way digressed right there. Just kind of waxing poetically as the race continues. Poor Bryce Johnson, I mean, he's making up that gap. You can definitely tell by looking at it, but he just can't quite land the finishing blow here. Sean Fisher, give him the old rope-a-dope there. I don't know what the racing equivalent of a rope-a-dope is, but there must be something.
I think they call it sandbagging.
Sandbagging? See,
So-
that's funny
so
for me
here's the
because
question.
that it shows you the it shows you the differences of sports slang.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know this is another aside, but sandbagging for me from an esports contest means something completely different from that. Whereas rope-a-dope means something anyway.
Well, my
Wild.
question is Sean Fisher really having a hard time pulling away, or is he managing this race?
He's probably managing it.
And he knows he's got tires that can probably just get to the end, and he really doesn't want to push hard. So that could be the other thing. And, of course, we're not in the head of any of these drivers, so we're just speculating, and I am the king of speculation.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you make a really good point there. Based on what he was doing yesterday, I think it's fair to say that he's managing the race. He's probably managing his tires a little bit. He's probably just not feeling the need. He know that he won pretty comfortably yesterday.
Right.
He knows that he doesn't have to give it everything. Definitely, if we're looking for the person who's trying to put more into this, I would think just in terms of effort, I think that falls on Bryce Johnson. Now, here would be the real sort of kicker for him is if he caught up with Sean Fisher to a close degree, say 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second, you know, somewhere where he's really kind of nose to tail, and then Sean Fisher just kind of swans away, which is something that could happen. And we have seen similar situations before, so yeah, I do unfortunately have to say it looks like Gary Murph, the Opel, that little car would not pull through here today. So 1970, it's an old girl. It's 50 years old.
That's right.
So it's done for the day. It's gonna come in and have a sit. So unfortunate, but that is the way of it here sometimes out of Buttonwillow.
And we are sticking with the leaders here because there really aren't any other battles on the racetrack right now. So I know we always get people, why don't you show some of the other classes? Well, because we did show them, and
They're doing fine.
They're doing fine, but the only real battle, and that's the interesting stuff to see, is it's what's happening up front here. So we're going to keep an eye on that.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're just going to keep an eye on this probably till the end of the race here. Another 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
They're
to go.
doing great.
They're doing great.
They're having a nice Sunday drive on the track.
Stroll.
It's heaven for
It's-
them. That's great.
This is heaven. I'm sorry, I won't sing.
That's a different kind of program.
yeah.
Welcome to the
Play that funky music.
the Racing Network Variety Hour. Yeah.
Next up, Charo on the Racing Network.
Save that until you're in a real content drought. I can come back to your YouTube channel in like 2 weeks. You're going to be doing all those reaction images on the thumbnails. You won't believe what this tire technician said. Which is
Next up is Cal Club Karaoke Night.
Cal Club Karaoke. You know, actually, people would tune in for
Oh
that.
my gosh, that would be funny.
I don't think we should give anybody any ideas.
No.
Probably spare everyone that.
Yeah. Maybe we should do that for one of our worker parties here. By the way, we have a worker party a lot of times on Saturday nights to thank the volunteers who are out here with us. And if you want to become a volunteer, you can come on out here and enjoy it. There's lots of different positions that you can work out here and get close to the cars and be right trackside and be a flagger. You can work with the cars in tech and on the grid. Lots of different opportunities. You can come and do that out here at Buttonwillow or any of the other Southern California tracks by going to calclub.com. And if you're watching from afar, which we're happy for that too, you can go to SCCA.com, find the region closest to you, and check it out. There's always racing going on pretty much every weekend somewhere in the country. Even in the dead of winter, we go south to Sebring, Florida, or we go to Texas. Lots of places to go racing. So check them all out. CalClub.com if you're in SoCal, SCCA.com if you are elsewhere, and we would love to have you come out and join us. You can also get your car on the racetrack too. Lots of things we do, so check us all out.
Yeah, it's always a good time out here at Buttonwillow, and happy to have more people out as we can. There's a lot of other opportunities in Cal Club. It's not all, or in the SCCA too. It's not all just road racing too. We have rallycross. I think there's an active rallycross scene here in Southern California, so that's another thing to take a look at, and all sorts of fun stuff out there for those with the wherewithal to find it. Always wanted to go to a rallycross race. I should really do that sometime. I don't know why rally driving particularly fascinates me, but it does.
Oh, because it's like the ultimate combination of off-road and on-road, and you've
Yeah,
got
it's
a
cool.
navigator.
It's very cool.
lot of opportunities to
A
do.
navigator is fun. That looks like a very stressful job, but it's always very entertaining, telling people the degrees of turns for some reason.
My problem with being a navigator is I get carsick if I'm not driving.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
I would get so ill.
Oh, it's
I
so
get
hard.
car sick when you go out in the Honda Fit sometimes to take
The
down.
cameras
I
down?
came with you a couple of times, and that makes me almost feel car sick going out there.
I'll go slower.
No, you're
time.
fine. No, it's good. I was driving my Tesla around the new track. Sound like I name dropped that. I didn't name drop that on purpose. I just like would be me naming my car. You know, I drove the Honda around the track yesterday, and I felt like I was getting car sick as well. So new track though is a lot of fun. They've really built it around that space. There are a lot of turns. It's going to be very interesting to see how drivers handle it, and it's going to give us a lot to talk about when a push comes to shove. Just watch Darren Murdoch come across the line here, set his fastest lap of the race so far, 2:12.354. Not bad at all for him, having a good day out there. Jack McEachern not far behind him. But of course, we've been tracking and trying to track to the best of our ability Sean Fisher and Bryce Johnson as they continue to do their loops. There's not a lot left here in terms of time, just given how fast these cars are going. They probably got about 2 laps left in them. I don't think we're going to see Bryce Johnson pull ahead of Sean Fisher, barring some unforeseen catastrophe.
I'm trying to find the leaders. I got off on a rant and I stopped following our
11 or
leaders.
12, I think. I can just see them going down into through the off ramp and down.
Okay, so we should be seeing them coming here.
Maybe we'll see them through the off ramp. We'll certainly be seeing them through the straightaway in just a little bit.
I get chatty and gabby and I forget to press the buttons.
Oh, we got to keep ourselves sane up here and talking about things. Here we go. Looks like we might be getting a white flag here too. I see rustling down at the starter stand.
And just like that, it looks like Bryce Johnson's gotten closer, but not close enough. As we start our final lap here, 2.9 miles. That's all that Sean Fisher needs now to get to the finish line here.
I think it's honestly just going to be a case of so close yet so far here for Bryce Johnson, which is unfortunate. But, you know, at the end of the day, if he's out there and he's run a race, it's not been bad at all. And
two podium finishes.
2 podium finishes. And considering the nature of his car versus Sean Fisher's more tailor-made vehicle, it's not a bad performance at all. I mean, he's got the other STLs pretty much beat out, so nothing to complain about right there. I mean, the gap between him and the next closest is quite a ways.
It is quite the performance.
So
despite the challenges he's got there, so
and
let's not credit Sean Fisher. He has not put a wheel wrong, really.
Spectacular drive
in 60 minutes of racing this week. And now that we've said it in the last minute, we'll put the curse on him.
He's done very well for himself, and you know it sounds silly because you sort of expect the default state of the car is that it stands on the track and it goes around and it goes fast. Actually getting to just the quote unquote default state is in and of itself quite a challenge, as we've seen illustrated here this weekend with a number of offs and ons, and you know it doesn't take much. You're playing a game of inches, sometimes less.
Yes, absolutely. All right, final time coming up through Grapevine, way out there in the distance. You can see the 2 cars.
Way out now. That is awful close coming down out of the Grapevine. If you got to get this, you'll see what I'm talking about. Fisher's put on some speed, put on some speed coming through. Johnson put on some speed, and Fisher tried to compensate for it as well.
Here they come for the final time through the off-ramp. Does Bryce Johnson have anything for Sean Fisher? They're probably as close now as they have been over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Here they come into the straightaway. Bryce Johnson putting on a lot of speed here, Brian. I'm thinking he might actually try and make a pass. Oh, it's just a little too far back. He doesn't have enough in the engine for that. And your race winner will be Sean Fisher right there. But that was awful close. Great drive from both of those two here on a nice Sunday afternoon. Love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Both drivers putting on a really good performance over 2 days, 60 minutes of racing, and pretty much no problems for either one of them. Just not enough in the horsepower department for Bryce Johnson to get past Sean Fisher.
That's exactly what it was, because even coming down to that straightaway, there was an opening, 0.6 of a second between them. If he had just been able to put a little bit more power into it, just not there. That's all right, though. Let's go ahead and give you our unofficial results here, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Porterfield Racing brake pads. Starting in first place, number 53, Sean Fisher. In second, number 25, Bryce Johnson. In third, number 5, Darren Murdoch. In fourth, number 21, Jack McEachern. In fifth, number 2, David Lecren. In sixth, number 33, Philip Clark. In seventh, number 23, K. David Snow. And then in eighth and ninth, respectively, unfortunately, DNFs, both of them. That's Gary Murph and Craig Carter. That'll do it there, Brian.
Those are our unofficial race results from the Inside the SCCA podcast. And a big thank you to Porterfield Racing Brakes, the presenting sponsor for Cal Club Racing out here on the Racing Network. For all your braking needs, go to porterfield-brakes.com. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, our final race of the weekend, Wings and Things. That's up next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to our final race of the weekend. This is our Wings and Things from the Atlanta Connell FE2, FXA Sports Racing, and S2. Let's get right to our starting grid.
Mostly Formula Continentals here in this group, as you said, the wings and things. Couple of a smattering of FE2s, and one brave S2. That's Ben Valentine, who's out there. Formula Continentals. Yesterday, we saw some interesting stuff from them. It was a lot of Dutch Schultz. He was flying around the track yesterday, which was good fun to watch. I do quite like these Formula Continental cars. They're always, I would say, relatively entertaining.
Yes. Wings and Things, actually my favorite race group at the racetrack. I've always been a big fan of the open wheel cars, so.
Yeah. Now, Dutch Schultz, I think, was the driver who went very fast. If I remember correctly, his fastest lap was about a 146, which is speedy. But I think he's the one who maybe made a misstep towards the end, and that allowed, I believe, it was Daniel Swanbeck to take the win. Kind of a fun stat, by the way. I always wonder this, and if you go back on our client here, it'll tell you there's a 96.73 mile per hour average for the cars going around the track. So that's fascinating. And now I'm trying to think about driving this track at 96.73 miles per hour, and that's terrifying to me. But then again, I have the reflexes of a arthritic sloth, so it would be not good. It's probably good that I'm up here.
That's an image I don't think I'll ever get out of my brain. Thank
sloth,
you so much. I appreciate that.
Tell you what, I could go on I got a whole sloth bit. Ask me about it after the broadcast. But anyway, yeah. So
he'll be here all week, folks. Try the veal and tip your waiters.
I gotta try the veal and tip your waiters, indeed. Dutch Schultz is pretty good. I mean, he was so fast yesterday.
Yes.
I expect him to do the same thing again. Just because you can't keep a driver like that contained, right?
Wow.
Like, and any mistake that he made, he's just gonna put that in the back of his mind and get right back to letting it rip.
All right, pace car is on the pit row, waiting for the green flag to come out. We should see that any second, and there it is. Green flag is in the air. We are 30 minutes away from finishing up our racing for today. Here they come down towards our situation here. Sounds like we've got an incident in turn one, and we may be going full course yellow here.
We are indeed going full course yellow here, Brian. Sounds like two cars may have accidentally hit each other.
Well, that's never a good thing, especially with these open wheel cars. Sometimes when that happens, that causes some problems.
And they go awfully fast, too, coming out of that straightaway
right.
into that first turn. This is one of the things we were talking about when we were talking about this course being counterclockwise this weekend and how that's more difficult for the drivers. That sunset turn is a hard right-hander right here this weekend. And that is a challenge for some of these drivers to handle coming off of the straightaway, because your natural instinct, obviously, for as much as I know about car racing, your natural instinct is to go as fast as possible down the straightaway to try and make up some distance, especially when you're coming out of the pack. Then you really have to hit the brakes and go hard into that right-hand turn, come into the S's. It's a very slow part of the course. And for racers that are used to doing this in a clockwise configuration, very different from the sunrise turn, where you usually see cars attempting a pass on a slow left-hander. It looks like we might be pulling him into the pit lane here, Brian, which means that we're going to take a...
That sometimes is easier said than done.
Oh, most definitely easier said than done. So we'll see if they can pull them in.
Yeah.
Does not look like they'll be doing that on this pass.
That's hard to get the drivers to do here, so...
Yeah, and it's all about speed, too, because it's very hard to tell the drivers... Right. You know, even our flag crew at Buttonwillow is genuinely amazing, as are our emergency services crew, but it's still hard to get that information out. Good news is that I don't think whatever happened down on the turn has had any serious ramifications outside of maybe those two cars are going to need a tow. Pace
Right.
car is out. So we'll guide the rest of the field around. It's going to almost be a second start.
Yeah, it's essentially what it'll be. We really didn't have any moves for position, I don't believe, on that first race lap before the yellow came out. We only got about halfway through the first lap before we got that full course caution. So trying to get our timer up, and I keep missing the mark here.
Oh.
We'll try it this time by. Oops. Yep, I did that.
We're just kind of waiting it out here now, folks, because everybody's they're under a full yellow. Pace car's out on the track, keeping everybody going at a decent pace here. There's no real, I don't think there's a huge emergency or anything of that nature. I do think that 2 cars out there are going to need tows. But you know, we don't have to necessarily wait on pins and needles, which is good. Now, of course, it is worth pointing out that while that yellow flag is going, the race timer is going as well, as Brian has just put on the screen. Good timing, no pun intended. But their race timer is out there as well, which means that this is ticking off that 30 seconds. Sounds as if one car's wheels kind of locked up a little bit, and then they went on the turn into the side of one of the other cars, and they both went off. Happens.
Yeah.
Happens. It's not the worst thing we've ever seen happen. So all good.
By looking at our timing and scoring screen, I'm going to make a guess that it was Jace Petty and Daniel Swanbeck are the two cars involved.
Yeah, you are correct. It was those two, the number 7 car and the number 9 car. I was trying to let him live without the embarrassment, but no mercy in this dojo up here.
No.
So they are both down and out for the count, which is a little unfortunate for them. But hey, it happens, and hopefully the damage to their cars is not so bad that it can't be relatively easily fixed up. But you always do feel a bit bad as well, and I hate to put it on this way, but for the other drivers, this is a little frustrating to have to go super slow for about two or three laps, especially when you're in the fastest cars out there.
Right.
So I wasn't built for following the pace car. I was built for going. Dutch Schultz is built for going fast, baby. He's
right.
not. But,
so I just heard from race control that they're going to do one more caution lap here, get those cars cleaned up and out of the way, and then they will go back to green next time by. So,
and credit to them as well. They all the cars, when they realized what was up, fell in line very quick, and are being very responsible following this yellow around. So,
well, if they don't, they get to have a nice little discussion with the steward.
It has happened. It has happened today.
Don't ask me how I know about that.
We may have seen something akin to that occurring before our very eyes.
Or in my sordid past.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They are in a position now where, it'll basically be a second start of the race.
Right.
That means whatever the order they went into, which is Dutch Schultz, Corey Condit, Troy Shooter, Dutch Schultz is going to have to pull away from them again. And you'll see that as they come by here. It's a good opportunity for Corey Condit and Troy Shooter, what have you, to try and maybe pull one over on Dutch Schultz if they can go fast.
Right.
So one of the cars is described as Merlot, which is incredibly fancy way of describing a car's livery. I kind of love it.
Well, so the backstory behind that is we have a flag, colored red, and if you're on the flag net, you don't want to say red because that might mistake people to throw out the red flag.
I see.
So whenever there is a car with a shade of that color, we come up with something.
Merlot.
We come up with something creative like Merlot or Burgundy or Crimson. That's another one that's very popular.
Anyway,
but yeah,
that's wild.
There's actually a reason for that.
I'm sure there is.
Because you don't want anybody accidentally throwing out the wrong flag, especially that one.
Yeah,
that's one flag you don't want to mistakenly put out.
I'm never gonna go out. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that if the red flag is getting waved, that's usually a bad sign.
Yes, that's telling the drivers that they're supposed to stop immediately on the racetrack until things are cleared up. And that's kind of the oh my gosh, something has happened flag. So
Yeah, that's not a good
or weather sometimes can cause that on occasion if it's really bad downpour unexpectedly.
Well, there's Wounded Warrior projects coming in here because we've got both of our cars, the 7 and the 9, and they, I must admit, look a little worse for wear on the back end of that. So that's a frustrating end to the weekend at Buttonwillow for Jace Petty and for Daniel Swanbeck. But oh well, that's racing, folks.
That is the way it works. So. Yeah.
And that is what the cars are meant to do.
That's right. So we are at the lights are out on the pace car. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a moment. Lights are out on the pace car. You'll see it coming at you here. So it's going to duck onto the pit lane here. And we should get back to racing action with about 21 minutes or so left in this race. Still plenty of time to go racing here. But now they'll have to all throw it right down into turn 1 again and hope this time nobody slams it.
Yeah, let's hope that they can come out of this first straightaway clean. That's the hope right here. Dutch Schultz in that beautiful blue car on a lovely shade of blue, already leading in, followed by a car that is more of the crimson variety, and behind him black and orange, and they'll shoot right through.
Yeah, right back to racing action. So this will be actually the second hot lap of this session, and the first one was actually only about a half a hot lap. So
yeah, and you know what, we've talked a lot about strategy here today, Brian, and this does impact that strategy, because these are, again, we said it at the start, it's primarily for Formula Continentals. Yep. So they are actually racing for in-group positioning. This matters to them. So Dutch Schultz, Troy Shooter, Mark Peller, Thomas Brown, it's a thought process now of, hey, that's 10 less minutes that I have to catch up to whoever's in the lead, and that's 10 less minutes for me to find opportunities. It's 10 more minutes of wear on the tire where I didn't really get anything out of it. So a lot to think about right there.
all right, so one of the two cars that was involved in our incident was Jace Petty, and I'm trying to
it's the number 7.
It is the number 7.
Yeah,
right.
I saw him, and he actually was yesterday's race winner.
Right.
So he's got to be quite frustrated. I called him the black and green Xbox car.
Oh, that's right.
He's
that's
out,
right.
yeah. And that is frustrating, I'm sure, for him, considering you go from a gold one day to a really damaged front wing the next day. But
yeah, the reason I was questioning that is because there's another car that didn't take the green today, Noah Hambaye. And we talked at dinner last night, and he did not indicate that he was going to be going home today. So he must have had some sort of a mechanical problem during qualifying this morning that would keep him out. So that's unfortunate. Nice guy.
We have actually dropped four cars now from the start of this race, because as you mentioned at the beginning, Nicholas Coe, he was not able to get his transmission replaced or what have you.
All right, our first full race lap here. Dutch Schultz, Troy Shooter, Corey Condit, Mark Peller, Thomas Brown. That's your top 5 with just under 19 minutes to go here. Oops, wrong button. For those of you scoring at home, I am not only one of the commentators, I actually press the buttons and change the cameras. So sometimes one of them works really well while the other one doesn't. And every once in a while, I get it all together at the same time.
The stars align.
Exactly. About twice a weekend.
Oh, hush now. Hush.
About twice a weekend.
Well, Dutch Schultz is up to his usual antics, going purple early on, and he will remain in the purple for probably another lap. It wouldn't surprise me at all, just considering the pace that he likes to put that car through. He, by the way, is... Good thing I put a cap on that water bottle, ladies and gentlemen. That's back in an old radio station I would have worked at, they would have had me shot against a wall for putting liquid in a broadcast booth. But anyway, he's in a 2001 Van Diemen, which is most of the Formula Continentals in this race are Van Diemens. Again, a lovely British car company right there, based out of Norfolk. They don't make them anymore. They have a different name now. I can't remember what it was. Oh, Elon. They're bought by Elon, so they call them Elons now, but it is still a Van Diemen just with a Elon plate tacked onto it, basically. So, oh well.
There you go. And there's Dutch Schultz pulling away again. It seems like a little bit of wash, rinse, repeat situation.
Very much so. Very much so.
A lot like yesterday did. Although I will tell you, Corey Condit and Troy Shooter, they're back up towards the front of this field, which is where we're used to seeing them out here at Buttonwillow. They're the regulars. Dutch Schultz has been coming out regularly also now, so that's been pretty cool to see him out here. But
yeah, I feel like the Formula Continental field has grown a little bit. This has been a particularly good one this weekend, but we've seen it consistently a little bit bigger, and they are such fun cars to watch because they usually are the fastest or close to the fastest, and they look and handle and sound like your proper fancy, race car.
yeah.
And it makes them fun to see. This is, I think, if you were to bring someone who had never been to a car race out here and show them this is what they would be the closest they would think of to car racing, just in terms of what you're looking at.
And that Corey Condit car, that's an FE2 car. So that's the SPEC Formula Enterprises 2 SCCA car. So he's hanging in there pretty strong with these Formula
great.
Continental cars. Continental's a good Continental with a good driver should be faster than an FE2 car.
Yes.
And that is what Dutch Schultz and Troy Shooter are putting on right now. But these Formula Enterprises FE2 drivers are getting better and better every year, and they're always strong. So
Corey Condit is a name that we bring up an awful lot, to be fair, when we do these broadcasts. So he knows his business.
That's right.
And he's a potential threat there for Troy Shooter. Not in group, obviously, but in terms of pride and overall positioning. And of course, it's also to be said that if Corey Condit were to get around Troy Shooter, it makes Troy Shooter's job of catching Dutch Schultz that much more difficult.
Right.
So that's another thing to take into account here as well. And Dutch Schultz, being a relatively canny driver, will probably take advantage of that. By the way, give a little bit of credit down the list to Ben Valentine, our only S2. He just set his fastest lap on lap number 5 at a 156.109. Here they come across. It's Corey Condit. Now, by the way, we were talking him up a little bit, and he's lived up to expectations. He takes the fastest lap so far in the race with a 147.82. So speed being applied rather vigorously by that front three.
So here's something a little different. Yesterday, Dutch Schultz pretty much drove away from this class.
He did.
And that's not happening right now.
No, it is not.
He has only got a 1 second lead over Troy Shooter, and Troy Shooter is being pressed hard by Corey Condit. The other reason for Troy Shooter to keep Corey Condit behind him is because Mark Peller would be right then the next car behind him. So that would be a battle for second place on the podium. It's a potential one. But Peller's about 4.4 seconds back. So that's a bit of a work there. So we're at the halfway point here in this race. So why don't we go and give our final mid-race recap of the race weekend?
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your mid-race recap brought to you by Inside the SCCA podcast and Porterfield Racing Brake Pad. Starting in first place, number 84, Dutch Schultz. In second, number 87, Troy Shooter. In third place, number 37, Corey Condit. In fourth, number 3, Mark Peller. In fifth, number 2, Thomas Brown. In 6th, number 18, EJ Abed. In 7th, number 35, Johnny Crean. In 8th, number 24, David Freitas. In 9th, number 89, Ben Valentine. And then, of course, we do have those 4 at the bottom who DNF'd or did not start: Jace Petty, Daniel Swanbeck, Noah Hambai, and Nicholas Coe.
And that is your mid-race recap brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast. And a good time was had by all. Our last race of the day here, folks. About 14 minutes of action left to go here. And our next race weekend coming up is going to be... Oops, I should not put that up with that. Let me see if I can center that graphic up and make it a little bit easier. There we go.
There you go.
I had built that last time. And anyway, October 14th and 15th. Streamed live here on the Racing Network.
Yeah, wild to think that we will not be back here up until just about Halloween.
Yeah, you don't want to be back here in the summer.
No.
No, it is hot.
You think 107 this week is bad. I think what's the hottest we've had out here since I started doing this? I think I remember a 114.
Ooh, well, yeah, we try not to do that very often.
I think we did that one weekend, and it was appalling.
It was toasty warm.
Yeah, it was no fun. But yes, we will be taking most of the summer months off.
And we say it's no fun. We sit in an air conditioning booth here.
Oh, yeah, no.
So we got it easy.
I mean, when I walk outside, that's when it's no fun for me. It's going to be even worse if I was sitting inside the cab of a race car.
Oops.
Getting cooked in the sun because, when they all line up at the grid, folks, they just kind of have to sit there for about 5 minutes. So somebody usually has to bring an umbrella and kind of cover them or they will fry. Yep. Or as they say the other day, they do have those cool suits, which is interesting technology I've just learned about. Yep. So.
Yeah, they are a very, very popular item when you're in Southern California.
can
in some of these
imagine.
hotter climes.
I can imagine.
So it's actually more important for the northern drivers because they're not acclimated to the heat as well as we are in the south.
Makes a lot of sense.
So they
actually.
don't handle it quite as well as we do, but even
Yeah.
nobody wants to go without it if you got one.
Oh, you actually have 2 northern drivers in this race, or at least one. Daniel Swanbeck was a San Francisco region. He's from San Jose. And EJ Abed comes down from Mountain View for this.
There you go.
There you
I was
go.
thinking more like Minnesota when I was thinking northern drivers. Because
I don't get a lot of Minnesotans here. So
no, of course not. Let's see if I can try to find the battle for 6th place between EJ Abed and Johnny Crean. That's about 9/10 of a second right now. And see if we can check this out here. I think this is the battle right here. I believe. Well, no, that's actually the battle between David Freitas and Ben Valentine, what we just saw. This here is the battle between. Yep, that's the battle between EJ Abed and Johnny Crean. And Johnny Crean just got around EJ Abed. And then we've got these 2 cars here. The first car is David Freitas, followed by Ben Valentine. So there's Crean and then Abed right there. Those were a couple close battles. A little deeper into the field. Crean, Abed and Crean are both. I'm sorry, Crean's in an FX car. Abed's in a Formula Continental. And then here is the battle with Ben Valentine and David Freitas. Sorry.
Very true. Be fun to keep an eye on that as this develops. Just watch out for it. See if anybody does anything interesting out there.
Ten minutes to go here in this final race of the day.
We are nearly at the end here. Corey Condit closing that gap between him and Troy Shooter. But the bigger story coming there as they cross the line is Troy Shooter only 0.1 of a second behind Dutch Schultz. So Dutch Schultz needs to reach down inside that car and find those fast speeds he was pulling yesterday and try and break away here from the death hug of Troy Shooter, who's just not giving him much room to play with whatsoever. Certainly shaping up to be a bit of a battle there for that lower down placing as well. We should give him credit. I'm expecting to see maybe EJ Abed put a little bit of speed on here to try and catch Johnny Crean, but that gap has gotten a bit wider. Ben Valentine, though, he's only about 0.3 of a second here behind David Freitas as they come down the straightaway, and you'll see them on your camera right there. Ben Valentine in that black car just chasing in. Some interesting stuff going on here in our final race of the day as we get down to our last couple of laps. Now, these cars move pretty fast. Obviously, we talked about it. I think I said it was a 96.7 average speed, so they're fast boys. But they are, maybe looking at 4, possibly 5, probably 5 laps, I would say. 5 or 6 laps left in this race, which sounds easy for you and I discussing it up here, but in realistic terms, in the long, slow dance of racing, can be a little bit tight. That said, speaking of tight, look at that, Brian. Troy Shooter right in behind Dutch Schultz.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Shooter's starting to put the pressure on Schultz here as we get into our final laps. And Corey Condit's right there waiting to pounce if those two have any issues. So
there's another good illustration of that coming down the main straight. You get an idea of what their relative positioning is. Troy Shooter only 0.2 of a second behind Dutch Schultz. Dutch Schultz honestly engaging in a little bit of defensive driving there coming down the straightaway, trying to stop him from finding any open lanes. And as they go through the S's here, you'll get another good look at it again. It looks like Dutch Schultz has put a little bit of speed on, but not enough.
Yeah.
Going to be an uncomfortable 7.5 minutes here for Dutch Schultz if he wants to hold on to that first position after yesterday's disappointing finish in 4th.
Yeah, and this is a battle for position here in Formula Continental. Troy Shooter right there waiting, looking to find the best way, the best place to get around Where is he going to make the move? Oh, there almost tries to go side by side going into Riverside. Takes a little bit of a different line, just trying to see if his car works better going on one line than the other and trying to find any way to get past Dutch Schultz. Now they're side by side, and I think it looked like they were side by side.
Looks like Dutch Schultz had the better of it, though, at least on that go through.
It's going to be a very, very tumultuous 6 minutes and 50 seconds for Dutch Schultz as he tries to hold off Troy Shooter.
Yes, squeaky bum time for Dutch Schultz. To borrow another sports expression.
There you go.
Oof, yeah, that's not a lot of breathing room there. If you're Dutch Schultz, that's very tight indeed.
That's another sports expression. Oof.
Oof. Here they come again. Should be getting them on our straightaway camera in just a second. And you can see that 0.25 sort of gap maintained there, but not through lack of trying by the looks of what we saw. Troy Shooter basically just waiting for his moment. Meanwhile, Corey Condit has slipped back a little bit here.
Yeah.
That's a little unfortunate for him. He's dropped back a good, almost 3 seconds from the two leading cars. He's been hanging, admittedly, to his credit, he's been hanging in remarkably well for what he's driving, the FE2 class. I almost put it down maybe to tires. He could just be, running a little slower. And because there is a difference in classes, Brian, the longer the race goes on, the more those differences will become, apparent.
Right. Well, and this is a situation also where Troy Shooter's had the last 15 minutes or so to look at Dutch Schultz and look at where he might be a little stronger, where he might be a little bit weaker, and be ready to make a decision and when to go. A little bit of a gap there for Schultz worked up, but that could be just Troy Shooter deciding to cool the tires just a little bit for one last ditch effort here in the final laps.
I mean, he's got his mark, right? Like, that's the thing. He knows what he needs to do. It's just a matter of actually doing it. By the way, just to drop back down to the bottom of the order, we were talking about a little jockeying down there for 8th and 9th, respectively. Ben Valentine, the S2, the lone S2, the number 89 car, did actually manage to get around David Freitas. So that happened on our last lap. He slipped around him. But it's back up to the top there where the real battle is going on. Some good racing between these two gentlemen here. And again, Troy Shooter, he's hanging in there. That gap is a little wider, Brian. You are right. There's some distance that's been established between the two of them. But is it, as you said, a waiting game being played here by Troy Shooter? Or is it all Dutch Schultz just sort of pulling away?
Yeah, both those drivers pretty cagey. So we'll just have to wait to see which one has got the mark of the other here. 4.5 to go here. Also 4.5 to go in our race weekend here at Buttonwillow. I want to give a big thank you to all the volunteer workers who've been out in the heat all weekend long. Thank you for all that you do, and we appreciate all of that. Also appreciate all of the administration at Cal Club for having us out here to do this. Of course, always the drivers and the crews. They have to come out and want to play for us to go out and do these broadcasts, so that's also cool as well. But a good weekend for everybody out here. Again, you can always come out and join us if you want. So 3 minutes to go, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Does look like Dutch Schultz has found another gear here in the closing moments of this race. Now we've got what looks like almost a 10-car length lead. We're getting to the point now with about 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go here.
2 laps, maybe 3. 3.
Well, 2 more this time by.
Yeah, 2. Okay, let's say that. 2 more this time by. Very good. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. I always confuse myself a little bit when we're trying to give those estimates. Troy Shooter's made up distance. Again, mark one eyeball, but it does look like he's made up distance. And that
look
means,
at him right on the rear tailpipe now.
Yeah, he's close. It's going to be a rough last ride here for Dutch Schultz. And you can see as they come down the straightaway, watch Troy Shooter start to go to the outside edge of the track to see if he can take it wide and find an opening. He doesn't, I don't think, but it's it's certainly something that you can tell he's thinking about it, and that might be a location that he'd like to pass. But then again, if the white flag comes out, you're only going to get one shot at that turn.
That's right.
And you're going to have to be very cagey about how you do that. But now the gap opened back up again. I got to give credit to Dutch Schultz here. He's doing a fantastic job defending that lead, really not giving Troy Shooter the opening that he desires. And this has got to be a little cathartic there for a little redemption, I should say, for Dutch Schultz coming off of yesterday when he did kind of have that fourth place finish. No such thing happening here today. Very clean, very fast. Exactly what you want to see out of a talented race car driver.
About 3.5 miles to go here in this race, in our race weekend. Can Troy Shooter make something happen here, or will Dutch Schultz win his second race of the weekend? We will know in about 2 minutes.
The dog leg there, giving you a good idea of how Dutch Schultz is really putting on speed when he gets these opportunities in the straights, spreading out the gap. And, you know, we'll see maybe Troy Shooter catch up to him again as they come through the Grapevine into the off-ramp, which has kind of been the pattern that these two have been in. But it's so hard for Troy Shooter to make up the difference coming off of the Grapevine.
All right, white flag is in the air. It will be shown to these two drivers as they come by here.
Oh, he wants it. You can tell he's looking. He's going all over the place. You'll see it on your screens in just a second, how he's kind of moving back and forth there. And meanwhile, Dutch Schultz, he's just blocking it out. He's not giving him any room to find those gaps. And that's unfortunate there, because I think that was the point right there on the straightaway where Troy Shooter really thought that he could get a pass in, and it just did not come about. Now you're down to the S's. You're not going to be able to make a pass here, so you're looking at your options diminishing turn by turn. Where are you going to find the opening? How are you going to get around Dutch Schultz? You've got to do it somewhere. You don't have any more road left to run.
Yeah, there's a couple of more spots here. One of them was going into Star Mazda there and did not get it done there. Next good chance is going to be going into Grapevine for the final time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it somewhere maybe in the dog leg or in the Grapevine, but it looks like Dutch Schultz has managed to put enough speed in that I don't think Troy Shooter is going to be able to make up that gap. And he's putting pedal to the metal. He really is. You can tell just by the way he looks here coming down through the dog leg. He's trying his best. I just don't think he's going to be able to find it.
Yep. So going into the dog leg and going into the off ramp, those are your last. The Grapevine and the off ramp, your last two chances. We'll see if he can get it done.
He has tightened up every time, though, that they have gotten to the Grapevine. He has gotten closer.
And he's not close enough now.
No, he's not close now. No, that's a bigger gap than it was the last couple of times, and that probably means that Dutch Schultz is going to take this one.
Yep, we've got one more corner, and it's just not going to be close enough, I don't believe, as the drag race comes out of the final corner. Now it's just who's got the raw horsepower, and I don't think it's Shooter. It's going to be Dutch Schultz across the line first. Troy Shooter will be second, and I believe, here he is, Corey Condit will win FE2 and finish in third. Woo!
Good little bit of redemption there for for Dutch Schultz, I should say. He'll like that one, but let's go ahead and give our last full field rundown here of the weekend. The unofficial results brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and Porterfield Racing brake pads. Starting at the top, in first place, number 84, Dutch Schultz. In second, number 87, Troy Shooter. In third, number 37, Corey Condit. In fourth, number 3, Mark Peller. In fifth, number 35, Johnny Crean. In sixth, number 2, Thomas Brown. In seventh, number 18, AEJ Abbott. In ninth, number 89, Ben Valentine. In eighth, that was Ben Valentine. In ninth, number 24, David Freitas. And then 4 DNFs or did not start, Chase Petty, Daniel Swanbeck, Noah Hambaye, and Nicholas Coe.
All right. That is going to do it here for this race weekend. We appreciate everybody who joined us this weekend. And if you want to do it again, October 14th and 15th, I put that from memory. let me just take 2 seconds because we got nowhere to go. We got nothing to
And
do at the moment.
while Brian is doing that, just a nice reminder here, if you've enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, subscribe here on the YouTube channel. You can also catch the racing or inside the SCCA podcast. We got a lot of good content Brian puts on the channel here for people who are interested in getting a glimpse at what sort of street racing looks like here in the United States. It's great. Highly recommend it. And Brian, you can find him at all sorts of racing events all over the country as well, of course. And that means he's got even more content for you guys. And there you go.
See, I was smart enough not to trust my memory. It's October 19th and 20th. We'll be out here doing stuff again. You can come out and join us here. You can watch on the live stream. We'll have it here on the Racing Network. We want to give a big thanks to the people at Porterfield Racing Brakes again. They are our presenting sponsor for all of our coverage out here of the Cal Club races. You can find out all the information about everything they offer at porterfield-brakes.com. Tell them the live stream from Cal Club is what sent you there. That would be pretty awesome. Any final thoughts, Tristan, before we head out?
Nope. Always a pleasure to be out here and enjoy some great racing at Buttonwillow. It's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you for having me.
All right. For Tristan Parker, I'm Brian Belansky. Have yourself a great weekend. Go have fun and play with cars.